Hi, sorry about the music mishap there. Hello, how is everyone doing? I'm a little tired. I'm not feeling the greatest today, but I hope you all are doing well. Hi Fern, I saw Fern in the chat, and then
Hey, bitch!
hey Darcy, hello. And then Nick, I saw the resub for a full year. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Yeah, oh my gosh.
What a lovely day.
Alas,
I am dehydration.
Oh my god, why is that so loud?
I must consume
Let me turn that down. Why is that so loud? Oh my god, hang on. Sorry about that. Sorry. I know, help! I don't know what I'm doing. But I hope you all are doing well. Nick, thank you again so much for the 12 months. It has been 12 months since we've like met each other. Oh my gosh. Hello. It's been a year already. Oh my god. But it's been an okay year. Oh, we got the color change already. Thank you all for all of those redeems at once. Hang on. Tsunami, thank you so much for the hydrate. I will do that. Brian, hello. Thank you for the head pads, Darcy. And then Tsunami, thank you again for the color swap to blue. Blue is fantastic. And also Snuggle, hello. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Suit up. I'm not edible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope you all are doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm sorry if I don't seem...
Hey, bitch!
Hey, David. Hello. I'm sorry if I don't sound as enthusiastic as I probably should be. I started stream a little later than normal. I was supposed to start like an hour ago, but I had to push it back. Because admittedly it was like out of the blue, I just felt really kind of lightheaded, and so I just kind of wanted to lay down and rest for a little bit before streaming, because I had a feeling it would go by pretty quickly, so thankfully it did. But I'm still kind of feeling a little crummy, if I'm gonna be honest. But I hope that you all are doing well, and that you all are having a good relaxing weekend and just chilling out. And I don't know if my music wants to play. So I don't know. I have a feeling that today might be a little more of a quiet day. Maybe just because I'm not feeling 100% the greatest.
What a lovely day.
I'll hydrate. Hi, dude. Hello.
I am dehydration, so I must consume drink.
I hope that you all are doing well. Hello, dude. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, it's just... I have a feeling, I know why I'm feeling a little crummy today, and I think I'm overwhelming myself a little bit for tomorrow. I have my doctor's appointment tomorrow. That kind of is going to say whether, things are bad, like worse than I thought, or things are decent, and I'm just really bad at taking in, protein. So... I don't know, I just got this sinking feeling, and I'm hoping that everything goes well, but my brain always goes to the worst case scenario. I don't know why. It's very tiring. If it's about me, it's always the worst case scenario, and I don't know why. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed and hoping for the best. I don't know. I'm tired, man. I haven't really eaten, like, at all yet today, except for, like, some water, so I'm, like, forcing myself to eat, like, a protein bar, and it's disgusting. So, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and we're gonna do okay, but, man, like I said, my brain goes to the worst case scenario, like, all the time for me, and so... It got so bad yesterday, I'll admit, like, I made myself cry yesterday for, like, no reason. So, I don't know, but I'm tired. So, yeah, and, like, my sleep schedule has been fucked up. I'm sorry for the bad language there, but it has been fucked up ever since the new year started, so, I kind of wasted away my Saturday sleeping. And I know that probably means I need it, but god damn it, I wanted to get other stuff done, but I can't. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed, hoping for the best that we can get me a game plan so I can at least figure out what the hell's going on. So, yeah. Anyways, David, yeah, I already explained what I'm doing, but I hope that you're doing okay, and thank you so much for stopping by. I hope it won't be as bad as your brain makes you think it'll be. I know, I don't know why it does. My brain has always done this. It's like if I do something, then my brain immediately goes to, it's gonna break, you're gonna get in trouble, people are gonna be mad at you. It's just like my brain always goes to the worst case scenario, and then I'm like terrified to ask questions or something like that. I don't know. Hi, tired man, I'm Nick. Thank you, Nick. Are you the next Superman? Oh, no, I'm the opposite. I'm so brittle anymore, it's awful. I hope so as well, that the results won't be bad, stay strong. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it won't even be all that bad, it's just, my brain just overwhelms me a lot for like no reason. It's probably gonna be very minor, but leading up to it, my brain is going to tire me out to the point where I exhaust myself, and then I actually go to the appointment and it's like, oh yeah, it's just this minor little thing, and I'm just like, brain, why would you tire me out so badly? It's awful. You have chai and wine. Nick, is that combo any good? Oh my god, I've been terrified to like, not terrified, but like, I've been nervous to drink, lately. I have so much wine in my kitchen right now because of the holidays still, and I haven't touched any of it. I have like a sangria, I have like these white wines, and it's like, I don't know. I just haven't been able to drink I haven't been able to even have like a little bit of wine. Every now and then sometimes I'll have like just a little bit of something to drink just to chill out a little bit, but no, I don't think I've gotten drunk since my last drunk stream, which was like well into the early of last year. And then I don't know. I know you mean it's in 2 different cups, Nick. I'm just asking how the heck that tastes. Drinking 1 cup and then going to the other. I don't know how that would taste. But yeah, that's anyways, I don't mean to like bring the mood down. That's the last thing I want to do. Again, I'm not feeling like the greatest, so we'll see how well we do with doing some drawing today. I've been like doing some other projects on the side, so I have not touched my Genshin drawing since last week. So I need to finish coloring in Child. And I can soften the line art like later. I think my main goal today is that I took a screenshot I went into Genshin, took a screenshot of like an area from the chasm that I might want to like draw. So I took a screenshot of it to see if I can like reference it. So maybe we might try working on a background today. I don't know how well that's gonna go because I suck at drawing backgrounds, but your girl's gotta try at some point in time. She can't just keep drawing characters and want to put them in scenarios and then proceed not to draw the setting for said scenario. So I don't know, we're just gonna keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best. We might have like those segments where we just kind of chill out and not really talk a whole lot for like 5-10 minute intervals, something like that, because I really do enjoy that. So we'll see how well we go with that. But it's good. So it's already cinnamony. Oh, I wasn't even questioning mixing them. Some people have weird taste. That's fair. Time for you to get your good results and then we can do shots. I don't really have any, like, hard alcohol, and I'm not taking shots of wine. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But, I mean, it's not like this... If it turns out that it is some kind of anemia, I mean, I'm not going to, like, not be able to drink anymore. I think the main thing is going to be, I need to take, like, a lot of injections. Maybe, like, twice a month, because if it's bad as it is, then I might have to take injections, like, twice a month. But they're gonna make me do that at home, so I don't have to keep driving, like, a half hour. But I'm just going to enjoy my pasta. You enjoy your pasta, Brian. Feel free to lurk while you enjoy your pasta. Can I ask what kind of pasta it is? Before you do. I love pasta. It's delicious. There's an area. I'm gonna switch to my drawing here for a second, and but why did that freak out like that? That was weird. Anyways, let's get to drawing, and I'll keep talking and drawing. How about that? This is the progress. This is exactly where we left. I have not touched this for a week, so I've been doing some other stuff. So, I think it's about time that we get started here. So let me get that pen. Oh wait, hold on. But like I said, I've been working on like other projects, so this kind of got put on the back burner a little bit. But yeah, I'm still coloring in Child. I'm trying to use Chi-Chi as a little reference here. I didn't realize how flippin' tiny I made Chi-Chi compared to a child. Like, she barely reaches his knees. It's great. It'll look better when everyone else is in the shot. But like, especially because Tainari's like in front of Child. But as of right now, it looks kind of funky. But this looks much better. But, a cheese pasta with tomato sauce. Oh. Wait, did I tell you about, what is it? Ernbra? It has brew? It has some stuff to help with anemia. It's a soda. No. No. You did not. She's small like me. Oh, teeny seal, Darcy. Teeny tiny seal. But I hope that you all have been doing well. Other than, you know, me overwhelming myself to the point that I made myself cry yesterday for, like, no fucking reason. I'm doing okay. Actually, I kind of got into that bit of a rut, you know. I was very tired. I slept in so late yesterday, and I was just not feeling great, and I was sad that I couldn't get much done because I had overslept, because I was so tired, and that, I was just ready to, like, go back to bed. But then, one of my friends that I haven't really talked to in a hot minute, she messaged me through Discord, and we were college buddies, right? And so she, every now and then, I would head over to her house because she was still living with her parents when we were both in school. And so she was like, hey, do you remember back in college when we played, like, Dynasty Warriors 8? I was like, yeah. And so Dynasty Warriors 8 had, like, another game. It was like Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires or something like that, where you could, like, make characters, and it was like one of those battle strategy types of games where you could, like, make your own characters, make your own empire and stuff like that. And she was like, I started playing it again out of nowhere, and I'm looking through all of the characters that we made, and I was like, oh my god, that's sick. So she's actually gonna take some screenshots. We got into this whole talk about it last night, and it really made me it made me so much happier, and it really made my night, especially when I was feeling really down. So I don't think she realized just how much the texting, even if it was just talking about, like, video games and stuff like that, it meant a lot. in that moment because of how overwhelmed I was feeling just because of my own brain trying to sabotage me. So, yeah, it was, so she's gonna take screenshots of, like, all the characters that we had made, yeah, all the characters that we made and everything, and she's gonna send them to me, so that makes me really happy. So, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I forgot, I still need to draw Child's hand. He's got like 3 different colored metal on him. Oh my god, he's got like this dark gray, this like pale bronze, and then he's got like this copper here, and a little bit over there. I'm like, bro, why do you have so many different kinds of metal on you? Oh my gosh. But anyways, yeah, it was a lot of fun. And actually, funny enough, Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires, the entire Dynasty Warriors series is on sale on Steam right now. They're like ports from the console series, console games. And so Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires was on sale. It's originally a $50 game, but it was like $17 on Steam until like the 6th, I want to say. So your girl got it. And the first thing I did was try to make the first character I made on my friend's game. And it was a lot of fun. Obviously, I don't remember a lot of it, but it was a lot of fun. I definitely missed a couple features here and there, but I can't wait for her to send me those pictures so I can do that. Maybe one of my other art streams could be drawing those characters or something. That'd be fun, I think. But yeah, and then I'm kind of working on another side project. I'm not saying what it is, but yeah, I'm kind of working on another side project, and I'm trying to, I don't know, I got into, what's the best way to word it? I'm trying out a different art style, and it involves, like, taking the pressure off the pen. So, you know how when you have pressure on the pen, you could do something like light to dark, something like that. That's the pressure. If you take the pressure off, it's automatically just this the entire time. Like, there's no pressure in it whatsoever. I'm trying out a style, experimenting with that, and it's been kind of fun, not gonna lie. Excuse me, I had to blow my nose there for a second. We're finally out of the polar vortex, and it getting warm is messing up my sinuses a little bit, but... Hi, Lappy! Hello! How are you doing? Last week was the worst for me. Someone broke my side view mirror with their car. Oh god, Brian! Oh no! Oh, did you figure out who did it? That must have been pricey to fix. Oh gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's, you know, the repairs aren't too bad. Sometimes just having a friend talking to us is the best to change our mind. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, no, I agree, Darcy. It was like perfect timing. And so I need to hang out with her again. Outside of like cons. Because the last time I saw her in person was when I went to a convention in like August going into September. And I need to hang out with her again, outside of cons. Boop. I'm good, just came back from snowboarding. It was windy today. Nice. I hope it was good. Did you wipe out epically while you were snowboarding? Because I know I would if I ever attempted snowboarding. Okay, where else is this, like, copperish? I think it's literally... Oh, it's on the bottom of the shoes! Okay. That's ridiculous. There we go. Okay, because I think the metal that's on... Not on the shoes. That's here. I'm gonna make it match this. So... I'm trying to, like, make the metal pieces, because it's really hard to just, to figure out, like, what it is, because it's shining so much, and the shading from the characters makes it really difficult to figure out, like, what it is. But I think, so I'm trying to, like, keep them all grouped together if possible. I'm getting there. Let's get this red. Short but good. I don't wipe out, my old man. Knees are holding up. Fantastic, Lappy. Fantastic. It was a woman, I believe. 2 cars came at the same time, and that woman hit my mirror. Oh, Brian. Oh, jeez. That's awful. I hope the repairs aren't bad at all. I hope that they're fine. I'm sorry to hear that that happened. That sucks. That sounds like stuff that happens near me all the time because people drive so fast for no reason where I live. It's so treacherous sometimes. It's so treacherous. Oh. Hold on. I didn't have my eraser set up. Whoops. Okay. Now you have a little bit of like a pale gray, but I don't know which gray it matches. I think it matches this gray. Oh, eraser, duh. There we go. Oh my god, chat. I just remembered something. Can you guys... I'm good it's not too expensive. That's good, Brian, that's good. Again, I'm sorry to hear that that happened, but I'm glad to hear that you're safe and, that the repairs don't seem to be too expensive, so that's good. Chat. The impulse buy might happen sometime in March. You know the song that's playing in the background right now? Can you hear it at least a little bit? Why is my mouse not working? Yeah, do you guys hear the music that's playing in the background a little bit? Basically, so you guys know The Sims, right? Well, when the Wii had come out, there was like a spin-off version of The Sims called My Sims, where they were like little cubes and stuff like that. I kind of grew up with those, especially when the Wii came out. One of my first ever Wii games that I ever got was My Sims Kingdom, and so the My Sims franchise is from EA, right? So with Origin, I think, is their download platform. It's like EA's version of Steam, but only for like EA related games. I believe the original My Sims was like on there, but because Origin I think is shutting down, they're porting some of it to Steam, and they're actually porting the PC version of My Sims and then porting My Sims Kingdom, which was for the Wii only, to the PC. And I'm telling you, my inner child, when I found that out, got so excited. I was like, oh my god, I haven't played that game in years! Is it bad that when it comes out in March, I'm gonna buy it immediately? Is that bad? It's like a little bundle. And I'm so excited for it. That was my childhood. The humor's so dumb, but I loved it growing up. And it was like, again, it was like a spin-off version of The Sims. So it was like basically you building stuff, because that's what it is. It's just had a little bit of like a linear storyline compared to The Sims not having a storyline, basically, I think. But is that bad? I loved that franchise growing up, man. It was like one of my favorite things. So, your girl is really flippin' tempted to buy it when it comes out in March. So, be ready. Will I stream it? I doubt it. Maybe not, because I kind of want to play it on my own time, but also at the same time, I have my Wii still, so I might bring it. I might just play it on that, and then maybe stream it when March comes out. Like, my inner child is having so much fun right now, and it's like not even March when it's supposed to come out. But, I don't know. It just made me really happy. So, I need to finish eating this protein bar. Oh my god. It's called self-care. Aww. Yeah, the nostalgia's hitting me like a truck lately. So, the nostalgia is like crazy. Alright, let me eat this bit of protein bar here. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god, what did I do? Hold on. Child has too many grays on him. I don't know where they go. Oh my god, those... I 100% thought those were filled in. It's just that side. Okay. Fantastic. Not what I was expecting. And then he's got like this stark black. Okay. Same. I'm only missing one thing from my Wii. Actually, you know what's really nice is when I moved, obviously I took my old PS2 and Wii with me, so I have those. But the motion sensor bar for the Wii had broken during the move, and so I had to I had to invest in a new one. And funny enough, like 5 minutes away from me, there's a place called the Exchange, and they're kind of like scattered stores all over the place. It's technically a record store, but at this point, it's just like more retro things, because when I went to the Exchange near me, it was like, obviously there was a shit ton of records, old vinyl records, but there was also like a shit ton of DVDs, old games, and stuff like that. So during the move, I misplaced, not only did the motion sensor bar break, but I also misplaced my old PS2 like memory save card, the cartridge for that. So I don't know where that is. It's with me somewhere, but for the life of me, I just can't find it. So I ended up buying a new one, because if I wanted to save anything, you need one of those cards, right? And they had those both at this place. It was fantastic. Oh my god. And they were so flippin' cheap. Like, the motion sensor bar was like, I don't know, like $7, and it was like unused. And then the save cartridge was like $10. It wasn't bad at all. I have my Xbox 360, but I can't use it anymore because of the red ring of death. No! Oh. I never really had an Xbox growing up. I was pretty content with my PlayStation 2, to be honest. I was more of a PC girly, so I had a lot of PC games that I could play, but I never really had the latest consoles. But my PlayStation 2, man, it was, I don't know, that was my bread and butter. I loved that thing. I still love it. Like, it actually still works. But it still works just fine. I keep it in good condition. It's just, unfortunately, all my saves are gone. So, which is why I really want to try and find my old save cartridge, is so that way I could take a look at my old stuff. I used to own Thrillville. Do you guys know? It's like, it was kind of like, obviously, a Planet Coaster, Roller Coaster Tycoon kind of thing, but it was like, you manage an entire theme park and stuff like that. And I got to the last level when I was young on one of them, and I want it back because I want to see how much of a mess I made. I want to see how crazy it is.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, Quack Splash. Hello, how are you doing? We're talking about old consoles right now. But I was talking about, like, my PlayStation 2, my Wii. We're talking about the Red Ring of Death from the Xbox 360, but I hope you're doing well. The Xbox 360 was my first console, and it still works to this day. That's so nostalgic. Oh my god, Darcy, you reminded me of something. I had a Nintendo DS growing up, and I brought it along with me for the move, of course. And while I was still unboxing everything, I wanted to take a break, but because I didn't really have everything set up yet, I just kind of sat on the floor in my office, literally right behind me, in my little office room. And I went to turn it on. And mind you, I have not touched my Nintendo DS for like 5 years at this point. I have not touched it for like 5 years. And I turned it on and it was still green. It still had a charge. I was like, are you kidding me? It was great. Oh my gosh. I was so excited. Doing well, still playing the PS2. I have a PS2 as well. The PS2 is my first console. I believe it doesn't work, but I'm gonna try it. Yes! My 2DS did that too. Yeah! We love the durability of an old, like, handheld console. So I actually, even though it was the Nintendo DS, I plugged in my Sonic Advance 3 game and just played that for like 3 hours. Oh my gosh, that game was fantastic. But I missed it. And then eventually I went back to my old Pokemon Pearl. I went back to my old Pokemon Pearl game to see how that was doing. And yeah, it was still fine. I had already beaten the Elite Four twice at that point. So, it was great. It was fantastic. The DS battery is insane. I played this DS so much. The console had the this console had the best game ever. Yes, they had like really good games on there. Surprisingly, this I remember like Sonic Rush Adventure. I remember Big Brain Academy. Oh my god, Big Brain Academy. But what other games did I have on there that I played a lot of for the DS? Really, Sonic was definitely like the big one that I played a lot of. What else did I have? But like Pokemon. I remember in late high school I went to like a Half Price Books, and I ended up finding Pokemon Black, which I had never seen. Like that was around the time when I started getting out of Pokemon a little bit. Was around Gen 5, and I got back into it in like late high school, early college, and I was like, oh my god, it was really cheap, surprisingly, before Pokemon games started getting really expensive, so I ended up buying it, and no regrets. Man, I am having a ton of fun, and I was having a ton of fun in the Unova region. So, it was a lot of fun going back to all of those. Mentioning Big Brain Academy takes me back. I know. Oh, also, I remember having My Sims for the DS. Rather, I didn't have the PC version of the original My Sims, or like the Wii version of it or anything. I had, the DS version of My Sims, and I still thought that was fun. I had a blast with that one. You can make your own texture, kind of like you know how in like Animal Crossing you can make your own texture for furniture or something like that? My Sims had something similar, for the DS version, at least. And, oh, what else? Yeah, overall, it was just a fun time. The music is going to forever be ingrained in my brain. Nothing is ever going to change that. Of course. Hold on. YouTube. Yes, I'm still listening to music. I played so many games on the DS, but Cooking Mama, yes, Cooking Mama, Sonic Advance, and Snowboard Kids was a huge impact on me. Oh my god, you know what reminded me of something? There was a video game, and it was called Imagine. It was like the Imagine series, and it was like Imagine Figure Skater or something like that. Now, I had a friend back in my childhood who did do figure skating, and so I got it, and so the picture of it was like just a girl, a human girl, just doing like a pose in like a figure skating leotard with figure skates on and blah blah blah, and it was Imagine Figure Skate. So I'm like, this is perfect. I can give it to my friend because she loves to figure skate. And then we found out it was just the entire game was straight up anime, and it was like, you did not get any of that on the box. So it turns out that the game was a port from Japan, and I forget the actual name of it. but it was obviously very anime. Like, it had sushi, you started school in April and stuff. You had, like, school in April, like, through, the summers and stuff like that, and, heavily Japanese-inspired things in the game, and it turns out that it was a port from Japan, and I guess the American, when it got slated to get a port for global English translations, I guess the people working on it were like, it's not gonna sell if it has an anime cover. Let's put a cover of, like, the most generic girl that you've ever seen in your entire life and just trick them into buying it. So I had no idea that it was, like, very anime heavy inspired until I gave it to my friend for her birthday, and then we started playing it together, and I was just like, holy shit, this is actually really fun. So, and then I got it. It's so anime, it's hilarious, but the story was actually pretty fun. It was a very simple story. It was about you, like, trying to become the best figure skater with, like, in the world, basically. And you did all these competitions. It was like Yuri on Ice a little bit, towards of, like, being the very best, but definitely not Yuri on Ice. But, you know, the figure skating tension was there, and it was great. I loved it. I had a lot of fun with the story. I played that one, I think, the most times. There was a lot of replayability depending on the character that you picked, I think. So, because if you picked one character, then it would change around some of the characters and their roles in the story. So I thought that was interesting. I'm trying to think of something else. Went on a tangent there. So, but I know that's not the first time some stuff like that has happened, but man, I feel like I would have bought the game way faster had I seen the anime cover of it beforehand. So, I don't know about you, but that's me. Speaking of Pokemon, we got Pokemon playing right now. Pac-Man World 2 is my first game that I played on the PlayStation 2. Oh my god, the first game that I played. Also, hey Sona, hello! The first PlayStation 2 game that I owned was when my parents got me the PlayStation 2 for Christmas. The first game that they got me was SpongeBob SquarePants Lights Camera Pants. Thank you for the lurk, Sona. Enjoy the lurk. That was my first PlayStation 2 game. And actually, that game is way more fun than you think. It's like a party mini game, kind of like Mario Party, but, and like, some of them you team up with others, and basically you're trying to beat the mini games to get the roles within the movie, hence like Lights, Camera, Pants or something like that. And it's a movie about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. And oh my god, actually the games were pretty fun, but the cutscenes were like your character being, if they won the role, would be like, or whoever won the role, depending on it. Basically, you were trying to get all the different roles to then become the supervillain, and then you could watch the movie afterwards. It was actually really fun. There was a whole rhythm game section in there, and depending on the character that you picked, each had their own solo based on the instruments that they played, so that was also pretty fun. That was my favorite game, I think, of that one. And I have already told you guys about when I really wanted Neopets the Darkest Fairy, and I was nervous that they weren't gonna let me have it because I was under 10 at the time. And my mom was with me, so... But, yeah, Neopets The Darkest Fairy is probably the PlayStation 2 game that I have played the most alongside Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes, I think, was probably the second or third game that I got for the PlayStation 2, and then I got, like, Neopets The Darkest Fairy and stuff like that. But overall, it was a fun time. Very fun. Hold on. I'm actually gonna incorporate this black a little more into his design. But yeah, I very much enjoyed it. Neopets The Darkest Fairy, I remember being way scarier than it needed to be. Oh my god, your girl was so terrified in a couple segments of that game. It was awful! It was so scary in a couple of places. And there were a lot of dark cavern, creepy ass places. And your girl was actually struggling. Of course, like, the happy music has to come in when I am getting ready to explain how creepy this is. But, I remember there was a segment within it where it was like, you had to go to Meridel to deliver a package, but then the guy over there was like, hey, bro, you want to be a squire? And Tormund, who you play as, was like a loop, if I remember correctly. Is that how you pronounce it? The Neopet that looked like a wolf kind of thing, the loop. He was like, oh boy, would I? And so you do all these things to try and become a squire, and then at the end of it, you need, like, basically a form from your parents being like, hey, like a consent form from your parents being like, hey, yeah, he can go be a squire. So then you go back home, and then you find out that your little sister is extremely jealous over the fact that you got to go to Meridel and she couldn't, so she wanted to go on her own adventure, and decides to go into the scariest place in the game. And I was like, okay, so I had to go save her. And then, of course, I'm terrified to go in there because it was, like, brought up that poisonous plants were in there trying to go after you. I'll hydrate. Why do you guys always hydrate when I'm in the middle of trying to go on a tangent? Oh my gosh. At least do it when I'm done. But where was I? So then, like, the build-up for Shadowglen Woods, which is the place where it is, great, now I lost what I was trying to say. Hold on. So basically the build-up for Shadowglen Woods is, it's actually pretty good. Because in some of the areas, because of how close it is to the farm area that Tor grows up in, some of the fields and crops that they have is actually contaminated with the poisonous flowers. And so it's like, if you get too close to a certain area, you got a couple of them that spit poison at you. And then, when you're, like, kind of exploring on your way to go to Meridel to deliver the package, it's off the road a little bit, and then if you try to go in there, Tor explicitly says, don't go in there. I was told never to go in there. And so then the build-up is there. So, when his little sister goes in there, and you have to go save her, the build-up is actually really good, and then when you walk in, the creepy music starts playing, and Tor does this quick monologue of being like, oh, my parents were mentioning to us about never going in here because of just how scary the plants can be, and blah, blah, blah. Why would Lucy ever go into a place like this? And he's terrified. His jaw is, like, on the floor, terrified. And so one of the first first things that happen is that I cautiously start making my way into Shadow Glen Woods once I got accustomed to the music and stuff, being like, oh, it's not that bad. It can't be that bad. And then all of a sudden I see one of those plants that had spit up poison at me in the beginning of the game near the crops. And so I do a quick turnaround because I thought I heard something behind me, and I turn back around and the plant is uprooting itself and starts chasing after me. And I was like, I'm out. I'm never playing this game again. I ran out of Shadow Glen Woods like my life was on the line. And I never touched it for like a couple months. I was so scared. Oh my gosh. The build-up for that was fantastic. And then finally, I was after a couple months, I was like, oh, there were 2 characters in the game that you could play as, but Act 1 was Tormund, Act 2 was Roberta, and you couldn't play as Roberta until you got into Act 2, and then Act 3 when the 2 reunited, like, not reunited, but when the 2 meet each other for the first time, and then have to stop the Darkest Fairy, right? Because that's the entire point of the game, is those 2 meet up to then stop the Darkest Fairy. And so I really, really wanted to play Roberta because I thought she looked super cool. And so I had to muster up the courage to go back into Shadow Glen Woods. And I remember being such a baby about it. I was like so terrified. Eventually I just ran in guns a-blazing and just kept running, even if I fell from what I was trying to do and I had to get up and like backtrack and do it again. I was like, I'm not stopping for anything. No plant can get me if I don't stop moving. I was so terrified. And then there were even scarier looking plants that started chasing after you, but the problem was is that they were faster. And I was like, oh my god, get me out of here! Oh my god, I was traumatized as a kid. That game was fantastic. Oh my goodness. I can't get over it. That game was so fun. Finally, I got through, saved Lucy, the little sister, and because of my act of bravery in saving the little sister, my parents in that game were just like, you know what? Yep, you've shown great courage going in there, saving your sister. We couldn't be any prouder of you. You'll make a fine knight. Go and be a squire. And then they'd proceed to give me something scarier. But another fun build-up in that game. Another fun build-up for that game was that when you're an actual squire, after you do some training with your mentor, he has you do a couple chores around the place here and there to get accustomed to the layout of the castle, as well as learning a couple of the duties that everyone has to do in there. And so when you talk to a couple of the NPCs walking around, they mention something about clog duty. And I was like, okay. And they were like, you do not want clog duty. And I was like, okay. And then during one of the trainings, I was asked to do something, and then one of my squire buddies was like, hey, you get clog duty. And then he's like fucking terrified. And I'm like, okay. And then I eventually get it. I'm like, I don't want to go. So basically, you just had to go into the sewers, which was like the sewer system, and unclog it, like these massive things that were going around. But the problem is that it was a labyrinth in there. It was, oh my god. And then it was just these enemies just kept popping up from the water, so it was like you didn't even have a chance to see them ahead of time. You'd just be walking, and then all of a sudden, like, this slug enemy just, whoop, there it is, hello! Oh my god, I hated Call of Duty. As I got older, obviously it wasn't that scary, but, like, little me, oh my god, it was awful. No, you're fine. You don't have to apologize for the autocorrect. I had an idea of what you were saying, Tsunami. Don't worry. I'm trying to think where else I've missed. I'll soften the line art later. I need to draw a hand. Hold on. I need to draw his other hand. Oops. Oh, Jesus, I'm missing a lot of plates. See, I should have just kept the green on. Oh my god. But overall, fun time. Very fun game. Actually, funny enough, there was actually another scary section in that game when you got into Act 2. What the fuck? Oh, when you got into Act 2 with Roberta, so basically the entire plot of Neopets the Darkest Fairy is that the Darkest Fairy comes in and is trying to cause chaos and darkness and disaster among Neopia. And so she does that with these black clouds. And when the black clouds are scattered in the areas, basically anybody who is within them develops like a sense of rage or sadness or extreme despair or something like that, and or just a lot of unhingedness basically. And so in Roberta's story, she is secretly, because she's like the niece of the king of Brightvale, and she's being trained to be the next diplomat for Brightvale, but she really doesn't want to do that, so she's been learning magic from the castle's mage for years now, and so he goes with her to Fairyland to talk with Fiora about the clouds. And so Fiora's like, I'll get to it, don't worry, but then the night when they're resting, the Darkest Fairy infiltrates Fairyland and basically holds Fiora captive, the Queen of Fairyland, basically. And so when you wake up, the black clouds are outside. So then you're going to see your mentor. This isn't a completely optional thing, by the way. You can leave and just not go into his room entirely, or if you do go into his room, there's a whole cutscene where Roberta is like gently making her way, because she's wearing she was given a necklace earlier in the act that prevents her from being affected by the black clouds. There's like some magic within the amulet. Tor got one as well, which is why they need to work together to dissipate these black clouds. And so she goes and talks to her mentor, and she's just like, is everything okay? Like, something's wrong. And then he's unhinged. He turns around, has like the creepiest looking face he's got on, and he's like doing this evil villain laugh. And that was the entire cutscene, is Roberta running away from that. It's so weird. The game sounds very interesting. What was it called again? Believe it or not, Neopets the Darkest Fairy. It was a PlayStation 2 only game. So, but it was very fun. I very much enjoyed it. Those were definitely the scarier bits within the game. And then like the music would change depending on if they were affected by the black clouds or something like that. And I remember Tor's farm, like his hometown, was affected by the black clouds, and you had to go back into Shadow Glen Woods, but that's its own can of worms, right? So, you had to go back into Shadow Glen Woods to basically stop the monster that was in there and dissipate the black clouds, right? And so, how am I gonna do this? But I just remember, Tor's parents being affected by the black clouds, and they were like, their range of emotions was so unnerving. I remember that because it was like his father would be like very angry, his mother was like doing nothing but crying, and his little sister was like, she was like a mischievous kind of little sister beforehand, but then she's just numb. And I just remember like talking to all of the parents and his sibling and being like, this would be very jarring for Tor. I would think. Like, how jarring would that be if your loved ones were affected by that in such an extreme way, you know? I don't know how to describe it. How am I gonna draw this hand? Just looked it up. Doesn't seem like there's a PC port. No, it's a PlayStation 2 only game. However, I do... Someone on YouTube, I forget his actual username on YouTube, but somebody on YouTube has like made it to try and do speedruns of Neopets the Darkest Fairy and has discovered glitches. And this is the guy that discovered the glitch that there's an entire finished map underneath the main game of an extra area that I think they were so close to putting in, but then they got rid of at the last second. It's still in the game. It's below the map. He was able to find that. And so he made a software that I have bookmarked, funny enough, where you can, like, if you take the base game file, put it into this software, you can mess around with the music in it. Because how the music is, it's, like, categorized by numbers. And so if you were to shut said numbers off, you could hear certain instruments of it. So you could take out the melody entirely. You could take out the percussion. You could take out the vocals. You could take out the harmonies. And you can, like, mess around with it. And then you could download it as a MIDI file. What? That was fantastic. I love that. So, of course your girl tried it. So I know the base game is like out there somewhere, but there's no way to like play it on the PC. What am I trying to do here? Hold on. Okay, so the goal here, I need to try and make the hand. Where is my sketch? So this is gonna be interesting. I remember there's a Wii game that whatever you do, the game will create a monster based on your actions. Oh, that sounds interesting. I like that. Do you know what it's called, or... Okay, give me a second, chat. I need to... Because I'm having him... I need to figure out how I'm doing this. Hold on. Ah! That was weird. Stop! Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. Let me think. I'm gonna look at my references real quick. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna move this over in case my reference pops up on the other screen. Which it does. Okay. So I have a reference. It's just off screen, but it's a hands reference. So I'm gonna see if I can like morph one of these to see if I can make something. So So basically, I'm trying to just make child, like... I mean, I guess I could start off with, I don't know, the fucking sketch first. I don't know why I'm trying to line art it. But, basically, I'm gonna have him, like... It might be a bit much, because I don't really know what I'm doing. But... we'll see what happens. You know, I don't think this hand reference is gonna cut it. Do I have a reference on my phone? Perhaps. I have so many references. I try to port them between my PC and my phone, but I have forgotten to do that quite a bit lately. So let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna look up a reference real fast. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay. References are your best friends, I swear. So, I'm trying to find, like, a pinching hand reference. Because, again, I'm having a mess with, like, Tighnari's ears very slightly. But I'm trying to find one at, like, the angle that I need, which is a little difficult. That scared me. Sorry. So, it's one thing if it's in the angle that I need, but the other way, because you can mirror it. But so far, I can't find any that are in the angle that I need. Hang on. Why are hands so intricate? Oh my god, there's so many hand references. It's fantastic. Oh my god, did I find what I needed? Almost. 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 Dread. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the hand out of the folder for child so that I can mess around with the sketch. Okay. No, that reference actually isn't gonna work. Damn it. I should have thought of this beforehand, but your girl is too stupid to think ahead of time. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. I just need a reference at the angle that I need, which is him, like, slightly downward. What if I use my own hand as a reference? Hold on. No, this is definitely not gonna work. Okay. Let me try and get the angle at the very least, so I kind of know what I'm doing. You know what? That's the problem! I was about to look at it in the wrong angle. Okay. It's just his hand looks so tiny when I do it this way. Oh my god, no wonder why I was having trouble with the line art. The stabilizer was still on! Oh my god. I'm like, why am I having trouble just doing sketches? And that's fucking why. Okay. That's too far. So let's see. Let's take a look at the general the roughest of rough ideas of what the heck I'm doing. That's like a rough idea of kind of what I want. Like him, like not him maybe like touching the ear just yet, but he's like going for it or something like that. That's the plan. I'm trying to make it as casual as I can, but man, it's difficult to draw hands, I swear. So sorry. Give me a second. Also, it looks like OBS might be freaking out a little bit, so Yep, it's in the red again. Sorry for any lag. So sorry. I'm trying to see if maybe another reference could help. I just need an angle. Why am I getting so many pictures of, like, hands doing the middle finger? I asked for hands, like, a pinching kind of motion. Does it seem like... It seems like Google's regressed so badly in terms of search results lately. Is it just me? Because sometimes it feels like it's just me. And I guess that includes Google Images too. The only upside is that none of these seem to be AI generated, but that's about it. Let me scroll out one more time. Hold on, I'm gonna use my own hand as a reference here. If I can. I can't. Oh my god. Okay. I should have done this at least ahead of time, but no, of course I didn't. I had to work on other stuff. Where's my sketch of him? Hold on. Where'd my sketch of him go? Because I did a base hand. I might just do that. Hold on. Where did I put it? Where's my sketch folder? There they are. Did I get rid of the sketch? No, I still have it. Oh, thank God. Wait, I think I do. Hold on. Okay, it's just hiding behind all the color and such. Let me take the color out real quick. There it is. I think I might just do that. And maybe kind of mess with that a little bit. Okay. Oh no. Oh god, did I put on the line art by accident? I did! How did I do that? Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. That is unacceptable. I'm gonna fix that color later. I'll fix that later. Okay. Alright. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let's get this hand. It really did. Pinterest too. I don't use Pinterest all that much, but I have also been hearing that it sucks lately because of, like, I guess all the AI generated art, I think, on there or something. But I don't know for sure. I'll probably just do that. Well, there's that, but also I think the search engine got worse. Oh no! Can I ask how so? Alright, now you have gloves that do this.
I have no idea, but it would be really great if it didn't do it again.
Wait, where? How are they going? Oh, okay, I see. I think I might have made it. No, looks fine. Okay. Engine, sorry, all good. Like you type words. And it's like it doesn't understand what you're looking for. Oh no. Maybe that's maybe like an AI is working with the search engine or something. So maybe it's not used to it. But that's not good. I knew a lot of people used Pinterest for references as well. So that's a little disheartening. Every now and then I'd find myself trying to get an image from Pinterest for references. Okay, now let's get the stabilizer back on. There we go. So, chat, fun fact. This is one song from My Sims Kingdom. Oh man. Okay. So we got the second hand. So then we're gonna color it real fast. And so let's get the color. Hand to color. Okay. So let's get the green back. There we go. Honestly, I can just color pick, because I think I have everything else. Okay. And then I can just use color pick on this. Oh boy, I can't wait to try and get the shiny look on everybody, like the highlights from the medals and stuff like that. Oh, I hate that. There's so much metal on all the characters. Whether it's like gold or jewelry or whatever, there's too much. Oh yeah, chat. I kind of forgot to mention. Quacksplash, I got a question for you if you're still in the chat. If you're lurking, that's one thing, but I wanna know if you're here first. Because Quacksplash had asked a question in my Discord, and I had proceeded to not answer it, like a genius. To be fair, I was kind of low and down and stuff, so I wasn't really checking Discord all that much. What's up? Yeah! So Quacksplash had asked a question in the Discord. I had proceeded to not answer it, so I'm thinking about it right now, so I figured, you know what, might as well answer. Quacksplash, I think your question was like, what's your favorite book to read, or something like that. And I wanted to give an answer. So, it's been a hot minute since I've read sat down and really read like a book, you know, like sat down with a book. I do read, they just tend to be more online books or stuff like that. But I think I got two favorites. And chat, you are welcome to answer this question as well, in terms of what your favorite book is. But I, in college, became like a pretty big fan of Agatha Christie's books, and so I am a big fan of the character Hercule Poirot, and so I really like reading those stories, because I'm a mystery girly, I like mysteries, but I think my favorite of the Poirot books is probably the ABC Murders. That one is probably my favorite just because I like the banter between Poirot and, like, his sidekick equivalent, basically, like the Watson, basically, which is Arthur Hastings. The banter with them is hilarious. And so I like the mystery. So basically, somebody is killing people from like their name starting with A to the town that they live in starting with an A, and is mocking Poirot. And so Poirot is like not to let his reputation go downhill, because Poirot thinks very highly of himself as a character. He sets out to try and solve the mystery, and I really like the story with it. I like the characters, and the mystery was not what I was expecting, and it was very fun. So that's one of my favorites. And another one of my favorites is it's actually translated. It's a translated book. Or it's a translated from Japanese. And so the author is Hideo Okuda, and he's the one that made the Kuju Branco series with Dr. Irabu, or Irabu, however you pronounce that name. Anyways, so Dr. Irabu is a psychiatrist and basically treats these patients who have different, things going on. So I finally got a hold of one of the books that got the only book that got translated into English from the Dr. Irabu series, and so it's really funny. It's made out as a comedy, but to also show that people with mental disorders or mental disabilities are still people. So there is a really good message behind it, but the execution is like really stupid and really funny. Because Dr. Irabu is wild as a character. So, and I had seen the anime for it already. And so one of the episodes in the anime was about cell phone addiction. And it was basically like this one guy, this high schooler, who constantly is on his cell phone, and he thinks he's making friends, and he buys a lot of stuff via his phone, and gifts other people to him, or buys stuff for parties for people, and it turns out that they were just kind of using him, and they didn't really see him as friends, but he was so desperate to validate it that he always had like social media friends, but never like a close friendship, until he feels a close friendship with his psychiatrist, who does treat him like an actual person, who is Dr. Irabu. However, in the book, Dr. Irabu is a menace, man. Dr. Irabu takes the high schooler to a museum to get him out from like, stop him from like using his phone for a day, and to be like, hey, there's plenty of stuff that you can see in these museums or something like that. So I guess the museum was having some kind of a contest that involved like a similar thing of like Legos, right? And it was like a Lego set. It's the equivalent to that, but it was like for a Gundam thing or something like that. And so obviously a lot of kids want it, right? But Dr. Irabu also collects them. This is so dumb. Basically, he wins it. Dr. Irabu wins it. And he gets on stage, like on this little podium stage kind of thing, and is like very happy about it. He's like, oh yeah, I got this. Ah ha ha. And the kid, being a kid, being upset that he didn't win, starts crying, right? And so a lot of the parents are kind of like, hey, you should give it to the kid. You should make the kid happy or something like that. And bro just straight up says, no, I got it. It's mine. Like right in front of the kid. And oh my god, he's such a menace. And basically that entire segment was to show that Dr. Irabu does not care about how he is perceived in the eyes of other people, as long as he's perceived in a good light with the people that he cares about. And himself, he's confident in himself. He can say no and not feel ashamed by it or something, or feel peer pressured to do something, but is executed in the dumbest thing. And basically the kid who is trying to get off of this cell phone addiction is trying to learn from that too, because he's also scared of being judged by his peers for, like, not constantly being on his phone or not constantly having the latest CDs or latest trends and stuff like that. So it has a good message behind it, but god damn it, is it hilarious. So that the execution. What's this one called again? It is called, so it's the only English translated version of the Dr. Irabu series, and it's called In the Pool by Hideo Okuda. There you go. Now, the prices can range depending on who's selling it at the time. Now, when I bought it, it was like $50, but to be fair, I had like a $100 gift card to the place that I found it the cheapest at. It was like $100, but then like in a 6-month time period, it went down to like $25, and then it would go back up, and then it'd go back down, and so like you kind of have to look at it regularly to try and find the right timing to buy it, because it fluctuates in prices pretty drastically for some reason, because it's out of print now. Like, my version is from a Chicago library. So, there you go. I don't even know if you can get it on Amazon anymore, but I got mine in like a secondhand bookshop. But like I said, I had a $100 gift card for that place, so I just bought it online, and it was perfect. So, you just got to find the right timing for it. So, actually, you know what? If we want to do a live reading of it, we could definitely do that too. I've been thinking about what book to read. If we ever do any live reading, I could definitely do that. It wouldn't be ASMR because there's a lot of shouting in the book, but that's okay. We can have a live reading. That'd be fun. That'd be kind of fun. And I also highly recommend the anime. The anime is called Kuju Branco, and it is very funny. I think it's repeating music again. Oh, I think we're finally hitting the repeat in music. Oh my goodness. But, it's wild. This game is, or not the game, but the anime is also like a fever dream, but it's made by the same director, or it's directed by the same guy that directed Mononoke, the spin-off from Ayakashi Japanese classic horror, as well as Suritama, and a bunch of other stuff. So, like, his work is good, but let me tell you, it is kind of off its rocker a little bit. So, I'm looking to get back into reading and wanted to see what everyone likes for recommendations. If you like mystery, Agatha Christie's pretty good. I especially like Poirot, the character, because he's so confident in himself, and he's this stout Belgian detective with an immaculate mustache, and he's got like a bit of OCD, I think, in his character a little bit, because it's like he wants everything to be perfect. Even outside of the mystery, he's just kind of like, if the eggs are not the same, I am not eating either, or something like that. It's so silly. Or like, I think in the ABC Murders, I promise I won't spoil anything, but in the ABC Murders, they go to this grocery store across the street from a crime scene and try to make casual conversation with the cashier there to try and see if maybe the cashier had seen something, or if they could see anything from the angle of the window or something like that. And so Hastings buys these strawberries and to go to the cashier to try and make casual conversation. Poirot meets up, starts talking with them too, and then when they leave, Poirot just kind of looks at Hastings and is the equivalent is like, why would you buy these strawberries? Look, they're going bad. They're bleeding through the bag. He's so upset by it. Oh, I love it. I love those little character gripes. It's so dumb, but man, I love it. I love little tidbits of characterization like that. Overall, it's a wild time. It's very fun though. Okay, so give me a second. I gotta move a couple of things over real quick. But what other books do I have? Hold on. What other books? I'm looking behind me real quick. I got some books behind me. I think my problem is that I read a lot of true crime. So, unfortunately, I mean, unless you want to read true crime, I can give you some recommendations, but I'm someone who reads those, like, crime, like, forensics books and stuff like that. So, I mean, unless you really want stuff like that, then I don't know if I have like a good option for you. I don't know if you've read it in its entirety. I did read Frankenstein in its entirety pretty recently, like not too long ago. Sometime last year, I reread Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good. So, I wouldn't mind reading Frankenstein again. I have like a hard copy of Dracula. I just need to read it again. Okay. So the base coloring. Oh, excuse me. So it looks like the base coloring is done for everybody. So now here's the fun part. I'll soften the line art on everybody later to kind of like what I did for Tighnari a little bit, where you know, soften the line art to match some of the colors a little bit. But for the most part, this is pretty good. Now the main part. Oh boy, let me get my reference real quick. I got 2 references from the game directly that I'll need. So the first one, yeah, I'm gonna get both. So the first one, what does it mean by insert as reference images? Oh, this is nice. I didn't know I could do that. How do I get it out? Oh, Wait, where's it going? Okay, stop. So it's really hard to see, but it's a little hard to see, but I took a screenshot straight from Genshin to work on. I might need to up the brightness because it's really dark on my tablet, but it won't be for you. But basically there's like a whole ass platform, and then that's where I'm gonna put them on, and then I'm gonna try and redraw at least this section of the background. So, I own Young Frankenstein book from a thrift store. Nice. Also, hi Ken, hello, how are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope things are going well. We're drawing some Genshin. I finished the base coloring and line art for all the 4, and so now, oh dear. So this is gonna be the little crystal this is the crystal that emits light within the chasm, right? So I'm going to use this as a reference, and I'm going to draw it. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna draw it in between Tighnari and Chi-Chi. So we're gonna get rid of Child. We're gonna get rid of Child's hand, because that's separate. And we're gonna get rid of Wanderer and Child, so we have the space entirely. So it's gonna be about right hold on. It's gonna be about right, hold on. I'll put it above Chi-Chi. Hold on. Crystal. It's gonna be about right here. Right? Okay. So, go for it on recommending the true crime stories. They're stuck in the mines. I know, they're stuck in the chasm. Again, this is my chasm co-op group, so like I really enjoy this group. So the drawing looks cool. Thank you, Ken. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate that. That means a lot. So okay. So I need this pen. We'll sketch it out first. We'll sketch it first. So I have no idea how big this crystal is actually compared to a character, but I'm going to assume it's like smaller than Chi-Chi. It's just really good at emitting light. So I don't know. So we'll get the cone shape here. Okay. Ken, I hope you're doing well. I hope your weekend's going well. I feel a lot better streaming. But I was kind of overwhelming myself a little bit earlier, like at the start of stream. But I'm doing okay now. So, but I just got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I'm worried I'm gonna get hit with some bad news. Regarding like so it's either my stomach just suddenly lost the ability to produce B12 and I somehow developed a sort of anemia, or I just need more B12 in my life. I just need more protein in my life. So, we'll see what happens, but good to know you are okay. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. Have to say, listening to a Genshin art stream while playing Genshin is pretty great. Oh, that's good. That's good. Maybe I can get some Genshin music playing in the background or something. Who knows? But yeah, the music for the Chasm is so good. Honestly, the Chasm's probably one of my favorite areas in the game. And so when my friend came to me and was like, hey, you want to help me get the name card in the Chasm by treasure hunting with me in the Chasm, and we came up with this group and like a whole ass story as to why these guys would be in the Chasm together in the first place, it really makes the Chasm way more fun to explore and way more special to me, I think. So, I very much enjoy it. So, if we want to keep on the topic of Genshin or anything, I've already explained a lot in terms of my favorite characters in Genshin, but like, maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be characters anymore, but like for those that do play Genshin, what's your favorite thing about it? I've kind of gone on a small hiatus from Genshin, but that doesn't mean I dislike the story or the characters anymore. I'm just kind of getting a little burnt out from the gameplay. But, I still really enjoy it, and I'll get back to it eventually. But, yeah, Natlan kind of burned me out a little bit, not gonna lie. But in terms of, like, my favorite location, it definitely has to be the Chasm. The story behind it, the location, the music. Oh my god, the music. It's so good. It's very good. And these characters have nothing to do with the Chasm. But again, that's the fun of co-op, when you just co-op with characters and you start actually asking questions as to like, why would they all be in the Chasm together? And then you come up with this. And I'm drawing it because I like it. it's a little different for everybody on, like, why they like Genshin. Actually, when my friend and I played Genshin again in co-op not too long ago, because we wanted to kind of get back into it a little bit, explore. I haven't touched it since co-op, to be honest, and to take the screenshot earlier. But, yeah, I went back to Mondstadt after my friend left in co-op and we were all getting ready to go to bed. And I just listened to the music from Mondstadt at night, and I was like, God, I miss this. There's a particular track in Mondstadt that plays only at night that it sounds very sad and melancholy, but man, it is so good. And it's just this lonely little violin chord with, like, every now and then a piano accompaniment, depending on the version that plays. But I remember the first time I heard it whenever I played Genshin, I absolutely adored it. And so I always, sometimes, every now and then I just go back to Mondstadt and I'm just like, man, I like this song. So, God, I feel like I made this crystal, like, way bigger than it needs to be. And I'll look at chat here in just a second. I want to try and get this real quick. I'm gonna add, like, an extra crystal or something over here. The chasm was very interesting indeed, actually. What I like, kind of unoriginal, the waifus and husbandos. I mean, the characters are very interesting in Genshin, for sure. There's a couple that I think might be a bit weaker compared to others, but overall, yeah, no, the characters are great. And the exploration, that's basically the reason I began playing it. Right? I remember seeing a little bit of one of the trailers that shows the exploration of the game, and I was just like, okay, fine, I'll give it a shot. And I remember feeling a bit uneasy, because it, like, the personal startup that happened, because I got into it in version 1.1, like, just barely after version 1.0 ended and 1.1 happened, which was Child and Zhongli's banner. First time banner. And I remember thinking, this seems a little sketch, and now look at me. I'm hooked. So, it's a little different for everybody. Favorite location? Enkonomiya is so good. Enkonomiya's amazing. Oh my gosh, Quacksplash, you have such great taste in characters. Yenfei, Chiori, and Emily. Oh my god. I don't have Chiori, but I really want her. So, like, next... I didn't get her this past rerun that she had, but next rerun she has, I'm gonna try and get her. If I'm still... Because I was taking a big break from Genshin by then. So, I didn't get her on the rerun, but... Oh, she's such a fun character. So... But yeah, Yenfei is one of my pyro mains. I love her. She's so fun. And then Emily, I like Emily a lot. She's so sweet, and I like how she's a crime scene cleaner. It's really interesting. Enkonomiya is so unique. Enkonomiya is fantastic. The music in Enkonomiya is also just glorious. I remember exploring there for the first time. Also, Enjo from Enkonomiya from the World Quest. Hilarious. Love him. I've been thinking on doing a challenge in Genshin by doing all the bosses with only Traveler. Mostly thinking if I should wait for C6 Pyro Traveler. Good luck! Good luck with that. But very much good luck. It was very cool when I first reached there. I remember it was really cool because I had just finished building Ito and Goro, and then this was the patch when Shenhe and Yunjin came out, and I remember getting Yunjin, a couple constellation of hers, so I had like a whole Geo team with my underbuilt Yunjin going into Enkonomiya for the first time and being like, this is amazing! And the story in it is like extremely heartbreaking, but it's also like really good. So, I just realized I made this base maybe a bit too thin. Maybe a bit too thin. I think I have an idea of what I can do. There's a welcome sign. The slogan is insincere. If they built it or stayed at a recent date, they would have built it here. We're 100 miles from the closest one. Nosebleed seat where your world spins out in the shine. I like this song. Enjo the goat! Enjo the goat! I love Enjo. Natlin was a big surprise. I'll talk about my opinions on Natlin later, once this song's over. Because I like this song too much. And the drive won't stop till the Third World War, when the streams run dry, or a similar sort of event. I'll never see them again. I got my wind knocked out, where all the windows crowd, the greatest view from a while. Sorry, I just really like that song. Oh, the music doesn't want to load. Music! Oh, it's really loud. Oh my god. There we go. So, yeah, and Natlin is an interesting one for me, because it was like, when we first got in there, I don't know if it was just like first time excitement, because it had been a while since I played Genshin, and I thought the music, fantastic. Genshin never misses with their music. I think the thing that got me a little bit was, I wasn't a big fan, whereas, like, you didn't have the character to traverse the area, you had to be a Saurian. I'm never really a big fan of doing stuff like that, so that kinda... I wasn't a big fan of that, if I'm being honest. But I think I enjoyed the location of Natlin, but it is kind of a shame that they kind of locked some of the traversing to only characters, I think. I know that that's a way to make money. I know it is, but it's also kind of scummy. And it's a little more scummy that if they did implement it, that they didn't implement them to be able to still traverse around the map outside of Natlin, because the minute that you take them outside of Natlin, those characters don't perform nearly as well in terms of traversing around. And I get it that it's the phlogiston within Natlin. I get it, but also, like, to limit how good their exploration and in some cases their kit are, because you have to maintain a certain form when you're attacking or something like that, and limiting it to just a tiny bar after showing off that they could do it for much longer, it seems a little scummy to me. I mean, if you're gonna implement it, at least just make it permanent so it's worth the person's money, you know? When you implement something like that and then you proceed to not give them the opportunity to still have that much fun with it outside of a specific nation, that just seems a bit weird. It seemed very... I don't know. It's not power creep or anything. It's like exploration creep? I don't know how to describe it. Like, the only thing in the underwater segments that was different was that people native to Fontaine could do a cute little spin or dive, like dolphin dive, in it, but that still didn't prevent other characters from enjoying the swimming area. Like, could you imagine if that was locked? Could you imagine if the swimming was locked to only to only Fontaine characters? Could you imagine if it was locked like that? That's how it felt in Natlin to me once I really started trying to explore certain places. It was just kind of like, oh, this is gonna be a lot tougher to traverse because I don't have said character or something like that. And then I have to go and find a Saurian, turn into the Saurian, only have very limited things to do because I'm a Saurian, and then would have to get out of becoming a Saurian if I had wanted to do certain things outside of that. So it was like just very unnecessary steps. Locations though, fantastic. They look great, and the music is great, and like some of the traversing's pretty good. But like, I don't know. It just makes me feel like what would have happened if they locked certain things to other regions only. Like, could you imagine? Okay, could you imagine if in Inazuma, you know those like electro things that allowed you to kind of like zippy zoom your way all over the place? Could you imagine if that was only locked to certain Inazuma characters? Could you imagine if Sumeru, those little teleporter things, were limited to only Sumerian characters? Could you imagine if the swimming was locked to only Fontaine characters? That's kind of the precedent that Natlin shows. That's kind of like what it's like. No, it's like it's not as fun if you don't have Natlin characters. It's very strange to me, but it looks pretty and the music's fantastic. I don't know. So that's my take on it. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but that's kind of my take on it. Like, it was fun at first, And then when I kept playing, and it's just started to feel a little more like a chore, to be honest. Maybe we got spoiled in Sumeru and Fontaine a little bit with the swimming and then the teleporting within Sumeru. Maybe we got a little spoiled, but this is a big regression in terms of, like, locking some of the ways to traverse around Natlan in fun ways. You know? So, I don't know. The Natlan, it started off strong for me, and then I kept playing it, and I just got very overwhelmed by it, and it was just like, oh my god, is everything locked behind a character anymore? I don't know. Hold on, it's starting to get a little dark, and I need to turn on one of my overhead lights. Give me 1 second. My model's gonna freak out. It's just getting a bit dark. Okay. So, no, that's fair. That sounds about right. The characters are cooler than the dinos. Like, as much as I love the little saurians, it's just a chore to remember, like, you have to take the time to find a saurian to, like, turn into, and then in some places you have to do something very specific to trigger what they need to do. And then you have to, like, get out of them to interact with other stuff. And then as soon as you're done and we know how Genshin is. In some of the story and world building stuff, it's like they'll ask you to move like 5 inches in this direction, and then you get into a cutscene, and then you get out of the visual novel aspect, and then you have to go to the right for like 10 feet, you know? And it's like, yeah. So it's like, if you have the character, it's fun, but then it's like if you get out of Natland, it's not as fun. And then, if you don't have the character, then you're basically just limited to becoming a dinosaur the entire time. To solve puzzles, to do basic traversal and stuff like that for a little bit here and there, but it's like there's way too many puzzles and stuff for you to constantly be doing that, you know, and it's just, I'm not a big fan of it, if I'm being honest. As a Mualani and Chaska haver. I also have Mualani and Kinich, and Kachina. But everyone's got Kachina now. You get Kachina for free. But yeah, as Mualani and a Kinich haver, it's just, if I don't have Chaska, I can't fly. And then that also, speaking of, since I do have Mualani, Kinich is one thing because his phlogiston thing doesn't end nearly as quickly as Mualani's, but if you are Mualani outside of Natlan, then you can't traverse nearly as long, unless, maybe a little bit longer if you're in water, but like still not nearly as long as if you were in water in Natlan. And then that changes how she attacks too, because she can't attack nearly as much because it's limited if she's outside of Natlan. So it's like your rotations are a bit different too, because you have to consider that for her as well. And that goes for a lot of the other Natlan characters. So it's like, why would you play a Natlan character outside of Natlan? You know, for fun world exploration stuff. Abyss is one thing because a lot of you guys are killing people in the Abyss in like 20 seconds. But, in terms of exploration, it's like you kind of have to gauge how the exploration works when they're not in Natlan anymore. So, I don't know. That's my take on it. What else? So yeah, that's kind of my take on Natlan. And then, I don't know, something is just off with Natlan's aesthetics.
What a lovely day.
Oh, hi Ignis! Hello! How are you doing? I'll hydrate here. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope you're doing well, Ignis. Thank you for stopping by. I'm kind of on a tangent about Natlan real quick, so if you like Natlan, I'm very sorry. I am kind of bashing on it a little bit right now. I'm giving my critique about it. How about that? Yeah, they're dependent on phlogiston. In Natlan, where if you have Chaska and Auroron, you can glide almost forever. I've seen bits and pieces about that, yeah! So it's like, that's good for them, but as soon as they're outside of Natlan, it's a little interesting. Can they still traverse really well? Yeah, of course. But if you're limiting some stuff behind that, that's another thing entirely. I don't know. And also, I don't know what it is, but like something about Natlan and the aesthetics, it just seems very, very off to me. I don't know how to describe it. I know a lot of people, Natlan just seems way too modern, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it. It just seems too modern. Like, I know we have modern inventions in Genshin, like the camera and stuff like that. And I know another big argument in lore is that Cloud Retainer or Xianyun has made something similar to a motorcycle when she's working on her crazy experiments and stuff like that. But there's just something about the aesthetics of Natlan that just seems very off to me. And it feels like it's its own. Natlan just feels like it's its own separate game. It doesn't feel like it's Genshin, if that makes sense. Like, here we have like Fontaine, which is supposed to be the most technologically advanced nation in the world, right? And then here we have turntables and like sci-fi looking motorcycles and stuff and giant flying gun in Natlan. And it's like, I know the lore behind it is that they're using blueprints from ancient times and like trying to use modern day, like Genshin modern day equivalent to make it, but it feels way too modern. Like, I feel like there's a way you could incorporate a motorcycle without making it look like a sci-fi. Like, Mavalika is literally a biker chick with like a sci-fi looking motorcycle, which, I'm sorry, it looks very something similar to something you'd see in Tower of Fantasy. Yeah, I haven't heard that game in a while. Or like maybe Honkai Impact 3rd. Rather than Genshin, you know? Like, in Fontaine, they were able to match I don't know. Like, sure, we had robots and everything, but the steampunk kind of look is very similar to... It's got enough fantasy elements in it to where it still feels a little bit believable. But then we got, like, sudden sci-fi motorcycle, and the aesthetics throw you off quite a bit, and you're just like, what? So it's like, I'm sorry if you like Natlan and the characters. I'm trying not to bash them, but that's like my reason why I'm having trouble traversing Natlan as much or believing stuff that's happening in Natlan. Like, literally, it feels like the only characters that match the aesthetics of what everyone thought Natlan was supposed to be, or like what matches the music and what matches some of the areas. It feels like the only characters that kind of match the aesthetics of what Natlan is supposedly showing us, I feel, is Kachina, Mualani, and Iansun, which we didn't see a lot of her. Where's she go? And everyone else just feels extremely modern or even sci-fi-esque, that it just feels very off compared to how aesthetically put together Fontaine's steampunk came out to be. And it just seems like the aesthetics are kind of flown all over the place in Natlan. Like, if they wanted to at least kind of make it mesh together a little bit, it's like, you can't have, like, tribal themes and some of the characters have tribal patterns on them and stuff like that, and then suddenly you've got, like, sci-fi motorcycle, baby! Like, okay! It throws me off so much. I'm just like, where did it go? Where are the aesthetics? They are out the window, quite literally. They left with Chaska's gun. So, I'm sorry. I went on a tangent. It's still fun. Like, I still have fun traversing Natlan when I'm not a Saurian, but it's just, you gotta admit how funky it looks. So, I don't know. That tangent was there. If you like Natlan, that is totally a-okay. It just throws me through a loop every now and then. I don't know. It feels like they were experimenting on something, like they were trying out some kind of experimentation, and it just kind of flopped a little bit in my book. But it was just like it felt like they were trying to do too much at once. And so then we got like a hodgepodge of some aesthetics are there, some aren't, and then random sci-fi elements and stuff. I don't know. It just feels very off to me. But the captain is based. Capitano is based. Alright, Capitano. Damn it, I really want Capitano. Holy shit! Ignis, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits! You're preaching the truth, thank you. I'm just saying my opinion. But I don't know. That was just my take on some Natlan stuff. Like, I was having a lot of fun with it at the start. Like, I thought the aesthetics were, like, it started off well with maybe a few things here and there. But then we kept getting more and more, and I was just kind of like, okay, alright. There's a point where we kind of have to stop and, like, go back to the aesthetics that you mentioned earlier. To be honest, I don't know too much about that place. I know! There's something weird about Natlan where it's like, it's hard to understand some of the lore that's happening in Natlan a little bit. I don't know. Not even like Archon Quest stuff, but like world quest. Maybe it's because I haven't done too many world quests in Natlan yet, but it seems like some world quests have like stuck with me in other areas. Like, I could sit you down and I could tell you about the chasm lore. I could tell you about Enkonomiya. I could tell you about some lore that I found just walking around through Mondstadt and Liyue and stuff like that. Even Sumeru. Even more recent places like Fontaine. But if you were to have me sit down and talk about Natlan, I wouldn't be able to tell you much, I fear. And that could just be a bias of me not playing nearly as much. But something's off with Natlan and I with the lore, and I can't put my finger on it. I don't know. Mabuika literally has a motorcycle. I know that there's lore that Xianyun or Cloud Retainer has developed a motorcycle, I think at some point, but one, we haven't seen it. Two, it's definitely not made of phlogiston, like the ones in like Mabuika's was made in Natlan, you know? So it's like, how does Xianyun's look? I don't know. It's only in fucking writing. I don't know. Okay, the Pirate Archon using a motorcycle is very off-putting in the world of Genshin. It is! It's just it's a little off. I don't know. I don't really mind that stuff. It's fantasy after all. But it seems like at least the aesthetics are matching the nation. Again, I mentioned before that it just seems like Natlan's aesthetics are kind of too all over the place for me to really sit down and think about where they're getting the inspiration from or what exactly they're trying to accomplish with certain aesthetics. Whereas, like, Fontaine, obviously, like, French and English elements with a steampunk aspect to it, like a lot of fantasy stuff has. And then it's like we go to Natlan, and suddenly it's like, I went into one area recently, I think it's like Chaska's main location, and suddenly it sounded like music from Secret of Shadow Ranch from Nancy Drew. Like, where are we getting the random harmonica from? It sounds like we're in Old West America, not like places that are based off of South America and Africa, you know? So it's like, where did we get the random, like, Western harmonica from? It's so weird. Oh my gosh. Also, hello, Scar. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm going on a tangent real quick. Same world where the cavalry captain doesn't have a horse. Why don't we have horses in Genshin Impact? There has not been a single horse in Genshin Impact. Oh my god. That just hit me like a truck. But we've had other, like, traversal stuff going on. We've had other traversal stuff going on. Yeah. Does anyone remember that Kaya's a cavalry captain anymore? Where are the horses? Like, yeah, like, why the hell do we have balloons everywhere? Where are the horses? Genshin's aesthetics are all over the place, man. Hot take, I really dislike Kinich. That's fair. I like Kinich's character a little bit, but I can get where you're coming from if you say you don't like him. So no judgment here. There are some characters from Genshin that I have never been a big fan of that a lot of people really love, and I've already said my piece on it, but yeah. Everyone's a little different. I mean, Kachina has a drill that's basically something modern. Yeah, but at least in the Children of Echo's location, at least the lore is surrounded by that giant drill. They're surrounded by architecture, they're surrounded by building, carpentry, stuff like that. And there's a whole giant-ass drill within the Child of Echoes. Like, at least Kachina's is built very well compared to... Oh, Mavwika want motorcycle and asked Jalonen to make it, you know? Like, how did she know how to make a motorcycle? I know they took blueprints from the olden days, but it's still very strange to me. At least in some other cases, it seems like the lore is there to justify it, but at the same time, some lore is not there. Like, yes, Mabuika took the blueprints from olden day, from, like, the olden days. Old blueprints from, like, back when Xbalanque was the Pyro Archon and stuff like that. But how in the world did that come to become a motorcycle? At least with some situations like Kachina and Mualani, they at least talk about the lore in terms of why it's aquatic-based, or why there's a whole giant drill in the Children of Echoes and stuff like that. So at least it makes a little more sense. There's a lot of drill imagery within, especially like early 5.0 Natlin, which is why I think I was so hooked on it, because they made it believable. And then we kept getting more and more and more and more. And we was just kind of like, oh, where did that come from again? You start questioning where these are coming from because it's so far, it doesn't seem like it's hard to, like, put it in the lore sometimes, I fear. When will Xiao get a gun? Oh my gosh. Here's my hottest Genshin take. Genshin story peaked at Inazuma. Oh, that's a hot take. I didn't really like Inazuma all that much, to be honest, either. I had trouble. I wasn't a big fan of exploring around, if I'm being honest, in Inazuma. The characters I thought were pretty phenomenal, but in terms of, like, the exploration, and I thought the story was awful. I'm sorry, I did. But I wasn't a big fan of it. But that's the point, I think, of Genshin, is that you can have people that really like Natlan, you can have people that really enjoy Inazuma, and then you can have other people that don't enjoy those regions all that much. And I think that's okay. You can say your opinions, and not everyone has to agree with them. That's the whole point of an opinion. Is to just talk and discuss about it and everything. It just seems like the Genshin fan base gets so offended over every little thing anymore that it's like if someone does do a critique, people just get so mad about it that there is no way to make an opinion. It's like, oh, you must like this character, or you must like this location, or you must dislike this character or something, and like, well, I kind of fit towards the latter half of that in, like, Natlan, because I haven't been a big fan of it since 5.0. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean I'm trying to tell people, don't enjoy Natlan. You can enjoy it. That's totally fine. If you enjoy Natlan, more power to you. Enjoy it. Have fun with the way that you play Genshin. I mentioned that I really enjoy the Chasm. That is an unpopular opinion. Not a lot of people really enjoy the Chasm. One of my favorite YouTubers, who has played some Genshin before, I really like the underground portions of the Chasm. They hated the underground portions of the Chasm. And I was just kind of like, oh shit. But then that was it. I mean, more power to you if you like that kind of stuff. Enjoy the game the way you enjoy it. That is totally a-okay. I'm just saying my piece because this is my platform, you know? So, enjoy what you want. So, that's it. Just because I'm saying my 2 cents doesn't mean, you know, you guys are open to explain, like, your reasonings, and then I'm here to explain why I, like, agree or disagree with it, but it's like, I'm not trying to say, like, oh, if you like Natlan, you're a terrible person, or you're wrong, or something like that. I'm just saying my 2 piece on, like, hey, here's, like, an argument, and I'm just going, yeah, and then here's why I think this works, but this doesn't, you know? So, it just happens. That's the whole point of a debate. You've been on it since I got here like 10 minutes ago. Listen, I have a lot to say. I haven't had the chance to really talk about Genshin all that much, despite drawing Genshin characters. So yeah, Natlan 5.0, I very much enjoyed. And heck, I even did a live stream of the Archon quest story and really enjoyed the Kachina quest. And then I haven't played since. I haven't streamed Genshin since, to be honest. But I did play a little more, like, on my own. And was just kind of like, I just got less and less into it. I don't know, it just, something about the story just seemed very off to me. And then it was like, I don't know, it just reminded me of writing from Ruby a little bit, RWBY a little bit, if you know that web series. I was a big Ruby fan until I stopped watching about Volume 8, to be fair, because I just noticed that the writing was just getting terrible, like more and more terrible. It was just kind of like, I still like it, but I can still say that the writing got bad. So, I don't know. You know what? Let's just say Genshin is bad and continue playing. I'm sorry. What is it? Let's just say Genshin is bad and continue playing. You can say that Genshin's good even and continue playing. Just have fun with the way you're having fun with it. So, I won't lie, Act 3 carried. I'm not even gonna lie. Wait, Act 3, you mean to Natlan or to Inazuma? Because I have opinions on that if you say it's Inazuma. Children of Echoes equals Home Depot. Quack Splash, please. That's so funny. Kachina and Zelonin and like Home Depot attire. I love it. The motorcycle's design fits the theme. They may be tribes, but that wouldn't stop technology from improving. I think it's just, I think for me, I think it just seems like we have been told in countless situations that Fontaine is the most technologically advanced area, and I know it was because no one could leave Natlan, so I guess Natlan's just kind of in its own little bubble, because they couldn't really go anywhere, so I guess the people wouldn't be able to, like, show off the technology that Natlan had, but when you mention, like, Fontaine, it could just be the writing or the wording of it, but when you say, like, Fontaine is the most technologically advanced, and then when we get to Natlan, which has very sci-fi looking elements to a couple things, I think that's where the disparity starts. Because it's like we're told one thing from the story, from the storytellers themselves, and then we get, like, something very different. It's a little jarring. And so I think that's where the start of the problem was. So I think if it was worded a little different, or if they mention how Natlan is shrouded in mystery or something because no one can leave, or, like, no one has seen someone from Natlan before. If they had mentioned something like that beforehand, then they could play around with how technologically advanced that they are afterwards. But when it's, like, when it's drilled into your brain that another nation is the one the one who's more technologically advanced, and there's no sign of any other nation matching that for the time being, that's one thing. Or if they showed Natlan growing more by producing more of these, like, what would have happened if we had found blueprints when we were in Natlan and we asked the characters help to try and build it, you know, or something like that? Could you imagine if we could have, like, a Mavwika storyline where she didn't start off with the motorbike or anything like that? Could you imagine? Like, I know this is going to fuck up the story. I know that. I know this. But could you imagine if, like, the whole thing, because Jalonan made Mavwika's bike using the blueprints from old archaic stuff, and with a modern touch with the phlogiston, right? Could you imagine if we had Jalonan make it when we were in Natlan because we were on the lookout of finding these blueprints, when finding the truth about what is going on in Natlan and stuff like that, with Mavwika's plan, and then Mavwika gets her bike in the middle of the story? That'd be something interesting, I think. So, I don't know. It's just the way that they show the technology in Natlan when we're told one thing. I understand that technology can grow. Absolutely. A nation can totally outrank Fontaine. I am here for that, if that were to happen. But there was no sign of that happening in the lore whatsoever. And then we step foot in Fontaine and suddenly, boom, we got all this stuff. With, like, no hint of it because no one could leave Natlan, so we couldn't get those little hints like we could from Fontaine or Inazuma or Sumeru. Because they could leave their nation to go to other nations to, like, for Sumeru, scholars could study. For Inazuma and for Fontaine, to travel. Fontaine, we're making movies, you know, stuff like that. We didn't really get those little not nitpicks, but, like, we didn't really get those snippets of information or lore from Natlan outside from people who visited Natlan themselves, but not from Natlan natives visiting other nations because they couldn't. That's the thing. So it's just, when we step foot in Natlan, it's a little jarring, to me at least. But I am here for Natlan taking over in terms of how technologically advanced they are compared to Fontaine, if we got it via the story, and not just by immediately stepping foot in it, if that makes sense. I feel like if they told the story a little better, I feel like all of the aesthetics would be a little more justified. So, but as someone who likes to write stories, I get into it a lot. So, I kind of look at stuff through a different lens a little bit. Because I like writing. I like world building. Heck, I'm making like a Vampire the Masquerade campaign that takes place in Las Vegas. Do you realize how much research I have to do to see what Las Vegas looked like in 2005? A lot more than you think. And Genshin is good at coming up with lore because they've made so much of it. That's very interesting and very endearing in the past. So, like, why does it feel so off in Natlan? If that makes sense. I don't know. I've been seeing some theories that they rewrote stuff compared to, like, what they showed us in the opening trailer. Like, you guys know that opening trailer that kind of introduces the regions and a very important character within it because of how little Eon-sun was in the quest compared to, like, Ningguang or Diluc or Ayaka or something like that. So, for Eon-sun to not really make that much of an appearance despite being in the character trailer, either Genshin knew she wasn't gonna be a popular character, or they changed the story. Which, within like a 5-year time frame, 4 to 5 year time frame, oh yeah, stuff is gonna change. There's no doubt about it. Story's gonna change. Absolutely. And I'm fine with that. But I saw a lot of people speculating on that, being like, maybe that's why it's so divided among the fan base, is because maybe they changed the writing, and so some people are very focused on the trailer so much that they're not seeing the Natlan story for what was given to them, you know? So, I don't know. It's a little different. The main story is nothing compared to Tsurumi's quest. Tsurumi Island! Ken! Oh my god, you're so right. Tsurumi Island is so good, Ken! Oh my gosh. Twitter has another opinion about the meaning of opinion. You're right, Ken, you're right. And again, I feel like I'm not targeting you, I promise. I totally get, like, your points of view in terms of, like, the design fitting it and everything. Like, the symbols on it, especially, like, on Mavuika's side of her jumpsuit and the bike itself, I can understand exactly where the aesthetics are coming from, for sure. So, and like, technology can definitely improve. Like, just because we were told in lore that it's Fontaine doesn't mean it has to stay in Fontaine. I just wish they would show us it advancing than it just popping out of nowhere. You know what I mean? I hope I'm making sense. Fun fact, my favorite character in Genshin is Dia. Ignis, I love Dia. I love Dia. Oh my gosh. Inazuma! Ignis, I have opinions on that! Chat, let's go to Mexico to find proof that a motorcycle existed. Maybe begin in those pyramids. Ken, please. Oh my gosh. But yeah, if you like Natlan, if you like the characters, if you like the story, if you like the location, if you like the gameplay, please like it. Like I said, this is my channel. I can say my opinions. You are welcome to your own. Please enjoy Genshin the way you want to enjoy Genshin, please. Don't let what my critiques say, don't let my critiques gauge how your enjoyment for it. Don't let it discourage you from still liking something from it, okay? I feel like I said a lot. I know I did. But please enjoy it the way you do, okay? Please enjoy it. So, I want you to enjoy it the way that you do. Honestly, Mavuika's gameplay with the motorcycle is pretty funny as hell. Not gonna lie. It looks a bit strange, but goddamn, does she hit like a truck? And you know what? Sometimes we need that. It hits like a motorcycle. You guys can leave after that. That was an awful joke. Honestly, Chaska's gun also does a lot of damage. I will say, as much as it's jarring to see Chaska to see Chaska fly a gun versus... We got Chaska flying a gun! First, we got Chaska flying a gun before Kaya riding a horse! And that's great! I do have to say, I love the way how casually Chaska, like, crosses her legs when she's zooming on the gun. It's great! It matches her character so well. I think it's great. So, don't worry about attacking. I don't take it to heart and even joke about it. Okay, as long as you weren't taking offense to it or anything, because I realized I was kind of like target, because I knew you were making arguments, and I was like, I'm gonna keep talking like a genius, so I promise it wasn't towards you, it was towards the statement. I'm sorry. But I'm glad you're taking it okay. But yeah, there is some fun in Nat. There's of course gonna be fun in Natlin. Like 100%. Like, if I can believe, like, they've already grown on me, to be honest. Like, if I can accept Kanich and a Hal and like a pixelated dragon, which is also very strange, I can accept Chaska and Mavuika and Stallonin's turntables, which admittedly match the aesthetic of the Children of Echoes. So is it kind of modern? Yeah, but at the same time, we got breakdancing in it. It makes sense. I still don't understand the flying gun. I'm sorry. Is it fun? Absolutely. Do I get it? No. I love it. Alright, I gotta get rid of this reference. Holy shit. I need to stop talking. Okay, I can get rid of it. Oh wait, no. I need to color it, duh. Oops. Let me make a group layer real quick for the crystal. So hold on. And let's move you in there. This is the line art. Now let's get the color in. So I've said my piece. Guys. Okay. So I've heard unpopular opinions already. Ignis. What are your unpopular opinions on Genshin? It could be a hot take. It could be an unpopular opinion. I want to hear this. I want to hear other people's perspective on it. I'll go first. I think one of my least favorite characters is Ganyu. I've said it before, but I don't think a lot of you realize or know that. Ganyu's probably one of my least favorite characters in the game. I'm not a big fan of Ganyu, if I'm being honest. It'd be a pleasure. I love the argument. A way to know other people's perspective. Yes. Oh, thank you, Brian, for staying as long as you did. You have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in the next stream that you pop in on next. Sino's jokes are good. Oh no. I think Tainari would like a word with you. Oh my god. Amazing. Alright. You know what? Based? I'm not on the color layer. Ah! Hold on. Okay. Now I'm on the color layer. Oh. I did forget a line. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. That makes a little more sense. Okay. Let me get this real quick. Hold on. Okay. Glorious. All right. Oh, are you heading out, Ken, too? Oh, gosh. Oh, no, you're just telling Brian bye. Okay, I thought you were saying same bye, as if, like, same, I'm also leaving. But, I didn't start with Genshin because I thought it was a Zelda Breath of the Wild copy just to catch some of the hype. You know what? Totally fair. A lot. I heard that going around a lot when Genshin first came out. I only have cold takes, except hating Kanich. You know what? Cold takes, hot takes, unpopular takes. How about that, Quacksplash? And I still haven't played Genshin. You know what? Fair. It's not for everybody, and I get that. I'm shocked I've been on Genshin for as long as I have. I think my favorite nation probably is Sumeru. I'll be honest, it was like as soon as I got Baiju, who I've been waiting for since version 1.1, we got him in version 3.6. I've been waiting so long for Baiju that I think by the time I got Baiju, I was tired. I was like, you know what? All the excitement left my body, and I haven't played Genshin nearly as much since. I just wanted Baiju, and that was it. Okay, I have a hot take here. I actually very much enjoy the Serenity Pot. I think it's fun. I know a glitch that gave me the ability to make a flying gazebo, alright? I like the Serenity Pot. As a hot take haver, I cannot think of one right now. Immediately. Cold take, we need more blonde men. Make Dainsleif playable. Isn't Dainsleif, he's like confirmed to be playable, but he's gonna, he's like, we're like nowhere near the story that would justify him being playable yet. But I think he was confirmed to be playable or something. It's just, we're not at that point in the story yet. I would buy him so fast. You know what, Ignis? Me too! I love Dainsleif. He's like the quests with him, the interlude quests with him, are like what keep me playing Genshin, to be honest. The minute we met him in-game in version 1.4, I was just like, bitch! Come back! I need you! I just want to play a blonde guy that isn't garbage. Well, something tells me you're not a fan of Kaveh, huh? At least it's gameplay. Yeah, Kaveh's gameplay is weird, though. I'll give you that much. It's strange. What's a good color I could use? You know what, we'll use this solid blue here, and then I'll worry about shading and stuff later. I'm just getting base colors at the moment, so We're gonna get a lot of blue here. Better hot take. The desert is the best part of Sumeru. Ken. I love that. I love the desert. That's what made me so excited about exploring, Sumeru, is half the time it's literally the desert. The King Desherit's mausoleum. Mwah, that was peak! That was a peak world quest! I loved that exploration. Oh, it was so good. I loved it. Oh my god. The desert was indeed probably one of my favorite... Oh dear. Was indeed probably one of my favorite parts. The only time I think I wasn't a big fan of it was the last addition to it that had, that little creature that could fly that we could turn into to solve puzzles. The only thing good about that area was that we found the door to Conria. That's the only reason I like that area, was because we found the door to Conria! That was it! And I'm telling you, I found it by accident. And I got an achievement where it was like, Hell Hath No Fury or something like that. And I was like, oh my god. And it hit me, and it was just so casual, and I was just like, oh my god! I was like, what? And then my friend, who didn't explore that area yet, I was like, hey, could I show you something? And she was like, absolutely. And I took her to that place, and she was like, oh, what? I want to go to Conria so bad. I think there's something about Conria and the fact that they were the ones that were supposed to have, like, more modern technology. Like, all the Ruin Guards. Come on. That's very technologically advanced, but they knew how to keep it in the lore well enough for you to be like, wait a minute. That's, like, too technologically advanced. Is it Conria? I think that's another reason why I wasn't a big fan of Natlan having so much modern things, was because I think it's hinted at that Conria kind of had that a little bit. That they were more technologically advanced, and then when the war happened and people were trying to rebuild, they kind of had to start from scratch with, like, the remnants of everything. I think maybe that's why I'm not a big fan of that, was because I think I interpreted more modern technology to Conria, that when Natlan suddenly had more modern looking aesthetics and designs and themes, and items, that I was like, well, what about Conria then? Hot take, I do not like Tainari. And I'm so sad he is the only fox boy. Oh, Ignis, I'm hurt. You know what? Tainari jump scare. There you go. No, I'm kidding. You don't have to like Tainari. He's one of my favorite characters. He's one of my favorite characters. Yes! It's the whole reason I made these channel points now. The Ruin Golems still intrigue me, absolutely. Also, hi, I'm King Hello. We're talking about...
You what?
We're talking about Genshin lore a little bit. I went on a tangent about Natlan, and it devolved from there. Why does my mouse not want to work? Hold on. My mouse is freaking... If my mouse goes idle for too long, I kind of have to turn it off and back on again. Hold on. Cold take. We need to get a standard banner Geo 5-star. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We do. Oh my god. I remember everyone speculating Albedo was gonna become the, standard 5-star Geo. Well, and that never fucking happened, because I had to miss his banner multiple times. I didn't get him until the first Chronicle Wish banner, back in Fontaine. I was getting a lot of Mondstadt and Liyue characters from Fontaine. The first time I got Chi-Chi was when we went to Fontaine. That says a lot. Oh my god. I'm crying. Yeah, the whole reason Tainaris is in this picture is because he's my favorite character, and so when I went into my friend's world, I was Tainarian child, and she was Chi-Chi and Wanderer, and we started wandering around the chasm, and we started coming up with a whole story as to why they would all be together in the chasm, and then it just came to be. So, I'll do the lighting later. I just want to get the base coloring for these for now. So, let me get rid of the, let me get rid of this. Save. Man, seems like y'all are having fun. I was just happy to get a massage gun today. Oh, shit. No! Oh, stream. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we coming back? Uh-oh. Oh, yes, why? Oh, God. Oh, dear. The takes were too hot! The takes were too hot! Okay, I think we're back. I'm back in the green. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh my goodness gracious. Why is it weirdly working for me, but probably with like a 20-second delay? Probably because we went in the red, completely shut down, and then went back in the red, I think is what happened. So yeah, I'd say just refresh. I'd say refresh and come back, because this is ridiculous. Okay. This is ridiculous. Good Christ almighty. Oh no. Sorry guys. I'm so sorry for this. The takes were too hot. I'm sorry guys, we should be back. The takes were indeed too hot, Ignis. Oh my god. Hello, Sealy Dan, what's up? Mwah, welcome back. I'm a hot mess over here. Oh my god. Okay. So we have the Crystal, we have Chi-Chi, we have Tainari, we have Child, and we have Wanderer done. I can't fucking see that. Oh my god. I can't see my own screenshot. Oh no. I can't see my own screenshot. It's so dark on mine. Hold on. I'm gonna get the reference up. Oops. I'm gonna get the reference up on my other screen so I can actually see what the fuck it is. It's way too stark on mine. So it's like the colors, the blacks are way too stark, so it's really difficult for me to gauge like where it is. Oops. I should have thought of that. I should have upped the brightness a little bit when I was making this. Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? Oh. No, that's the saturation. I'll lower the opacity a little bit. We're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna make a new background. Okay. So, this will be the background. I suck at drawing backgrounds, just as a heads up, everybody. but I'm gonna try and do a background. I'm going to keep this off to the side so at least you guys can see what the heck I'm trying to do. However, I can't see that because it's too stark. Like, the colors are way too stark on my end on the tablet. So I have it up for me on my other screen. We should be good. I'm so sorry, guys, about the issues. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get this working. Okay. Hold on. Ah! Why is my model doing that? That's being weird. Okay, so this is gonna suck. But at least we got some good music. Alright, so give me a sec. I'm gonna hydrate. Okay. You should be good. I'm choking on water. I'm sorry. Actually, hang on one moment here. Oop. I'm gonna get my music back up so I can actually see what the hell's going on. Okay. No. Now we're good. Sorry, I have way too many tabs open for this.
Hey, come on!
Oh my god!
Let me back in!
Felix, hello!
VIP!
You're a VIP!
That stand for very inebriated beings.
Felix, you missed it. Not chat. OBS broke. OBS broke for a little bit, so everyone had to refresh the stream. It was awful, but thank you so much for the 18-month resub. I appreciate it. Yeah, you did catch me choking on water. I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to attempt a background. This is gonna be painful. This is gonna be interesting. So, I hope you're doing... Damn you, OBS! It's like anytime I stream anymore, it just breaks. Bro, my PC is officially done. Oh no, Felix! Everyone rest in peace, Felix's computer. It did it's played its part well. F's in the chat. Okay, so I am making an attempt to draw the background. The problem is that the reference on my tablet is way too stark. So now I have to try, I'm looking at the same reference on a different screen so I can see it a little better. So, this is gonna be interesting because I suck at drawing backgrounds. So, oh, it's blue. No good done. Oh, like it's finished being built. Oh! I thought you meant that it was broken. Yay! Never mind! Everyone, say hello to Felix's new computer. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. I take my F back. That's on me. You can keep that F for me because I'm a dumbass. Okay, I'm actually gonna get the characters out real quick so I can figure out where everything is. Also, random child's hand. There it is. Okay. So this is to gauge just how much footing I need on the floor here. One sec. Actually, let's just get Child and Wanderer here. Hold on. No, that's who I need. Kainari. Okay. So... God, why did I take this without turning the brightness up in the game? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I actually turned the brightness down in the game a little bit, because it actually makes the colors pop out way more than it should. It turns out that regular brightness very much, it desaturates a lot of stuff. Like, it's very muted. So, I don't know. I understand the misunderstanding. You're good. Graphics card is in now. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting, Felix. Congrats. So the big question is, what game are you gonna be playing to celebrate the new computer that involves, like, high graphics? Is it gonna be Marvel Rivals? I know you've been playing Marvel Rivals a lot. I just can't get into those kinds of games anymore. I had it installed and everything, and then I just realized, like, I can't do shit. I don't want to play it. So, okay. So, then the next one... Okay, I'm just gonna get the base stuff here. Let's see. I know I'm gonna have to mess around with, the placement of some of these rocks to kind of match. And it's gonna be, like, really dark anyway, so I can, like, bullshit a couple things with it, for sure. So, I'm trying to... I'm shapes. Shapes. That's all I'm doing right now is shapes. So... Okay. Don't get sassy with me now. Okay. Okay, like I said, I'm just trying to get this reference. Just a very, very rough sketch for now, so I can get, like... Can I turn up the brightness on this thing? Oh my god. Hold on, I'm gonna edit it in mine real quick. Where the fuck's the edit? Where the fuck is the edit? Oh my god, there it is. I'm gonna turn up the brightness so I can actually see what the fuck I'm doing. There we go. I'll just save it as. Okay, I can see! I can fight! Okay, I'm actually gonna move this real quick. Hold on. Boop. But Felix, also, speaking of computer, I hope you are doing well. I hope your computer's doing well. Outside of the computer, I hope you're doing well. I'm a little razzle-frazzle. We went on a whole Genshin tangent about Natlin, earlier. You missed that, girl. Girls, I had opinions! I'm calling chat girlies now. I had opinions. So... Bro, I had opinions. But... And then OBS crashed as I was getting ready to draw a background. So then I had to ask chat to refresh everything. So... Okay. I can see my hand. I can see my model hand just like whoop, 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 whoop. So another Genshin question. Best limited time story event. Mine's the Chasm one with Yanfei, Yelan, Zhao, Ito, and Shinobu. That's a good one. That's a good question. I did really... But the thing is that isn't a limited time event. It's actually not. They turned it into an interlude quest. Because you need to get through the chasm to, do that. So, yeah, it's actually an interlude quest. It's not a limited event quest. But in terms of limited event quests, I would have to say the second Albedo one in Dragonspine. They made it into the base game. Yeah, it was originally going to be in the base game no matter what, so... The event portion of it was limited, like some of but the actual story part, I think, is part of the interlude quest. At least that's what the archive says. So, because you can see it in the archive. But in terms of limited story quests, I'd have to say the Albedo one that had like Eula, Amber, and Bennett in it. The second one, the Shadow Amidst Snowstorms one, was probably my favorite, with fake albedo. I loved that one. That one was so good. Also, hot take, I actually don't mind Dragon Spine all that much. I think it's cool. No pun intended. OMG, it's so good. I can play games at ultra settings and get 120 plus frames. It's beautiful. Oh my god, Felix, that's amazing. That's fantastic. I'm glad that it worked out. So, I can't wait to play, like, bigger graphics games with ya. Oh no, rants. Oh yeah, I went on a tangent about Natlan's aesthetics, man. It's literally all over the place. When we get a flying gun before a cavalry captain owns a horse, we're in a little bit of trouble. It's great. But I already went on that tangent. We don't need to do it again. So... okay. This is so stupid. What the hell am I drawing? Oh my god. Let me fix this real quick. Hold on. This is just the sketch. I need to convince myself to, like, trust the process. Like, bro, trust the process. Bro, trust the process. Trust it. Oh my god. Just simple shapes, simple shapes. Simple shapes. Chat is slaying. Albedo's second story run then. Based. It's good. It's good. Albedo's second story is very good. It's a shame that they hid it behind an event, considering how important Rhine-Daughter is, and the fact that we're getting albedo clones, like clones that like Rhine-Daughter experiments that are getting so advanced that they're starting to gain sentience and making clones of themselves. Or the fact, like, fun fact, did you know that fun fact, did you know that Rhine-Daughter was the one that made the wolfhounds? So that technically makes the wolfhounds and albedo related? Oh my god. I think I'd choose the Pokemon one. The fungi fights? Oh, the one with, Layla, yeah, with Layla and Yaimiko. And Melazines. I forgot about the Melazines. You're right.
What a lovely day.
Oh my, I'll hydrate Nick. Oh my goodness, hello.
But alas, I am dehydration, so I must consume drink.
Wait, so then would that mean albedo and all of the Melazines are, like, related in some way? Oh my god. Albedo and Siegeween family reunion. God, we need a Rhine-Daughter family reunion. We need, like, Siegeween there. We need, like, a random wolfhound just sitting there. Like, you know the Wreck-It Ralph where they're all, like, sitting in a circle? Like a support group or something like that? We just need albedo, the wolfhounds, Siegeween, like a couple of the Melazines. Fake albedo. Oh my god. That'd be great. Ain't no way. God, we need a lot of this lore to come to light. Like, some of this lore does not deserve to be hidden in just written works. Come on. We need a Siegeween albedo family reunion, like, right now. Fake Beto, exactly. Also, I didn't even say welcome back. Hello, Nick. Welcome back. You missed me going on, like, a hour-long tangent about Natlin and from Genshin, and then proceed to have OBS crash because I asked what everyone's hot takes were, and the takes were too hot that OBS crashed. It was a fucking nightmare for like 10 minutes there. But we're having fun. I'm having fun. What would make it better is if my D&D didn't get canceled. But it did. Oh, that's why I had to refresh? Whoops. Yeah, sorry. OBS crashed, and then everyone was on like a minute-long delay or something, so I had to ask chat to refresh. So... I haven't had a D&D session for like 2 weeks. Send help. Well, our D&D sessions are like 3 p.m. on a Saturday. And so then when I saw you streaming on Saturday at 3 p.m., I was like, oh, so we're not having... So it's like, we're not having a D&D session today. Okay, good. And then when you asked at like 6 p.m. or something and the DM was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I was like, oh, oops. So, fun times. Fun times all around. My music is repeating once more. So, let me find some fun music. Here we go. Help indeed. Ma'am, I'm in like 3 different sessions. Bitch, me too! We were supposed to have one today! And it got canceled last night at like 11:30 at night. We got a message being like, hey, so I can't make it, from one of our campaign members, and I'm just like, ah! So... Rip, I want to do my campaign to make y'all fight a Dragolich. Me too! I want to fight that thing too! Felix, we were so close to stopping the Man Who Watches plan right then and there. We were so close. We delayed it for so long. My disappointment was immeasurable and my day was ruined when that giant dragon popped up. All that damaging we did the night before did nothing. And I'm sad. But you know what? Alva got to punch the man who... Alva got to go... Okay, fun fact, chat. Alva got to go ham on the main villain. The main villain was trying to, like, expose magic to a world that wasn't supposed to know magic existed. Except for, like, our characters, obviously. And so he had this stone that if he broke it, it would break the seal. And of course, we held him off for so long. Alva straight up tackled him. Like, he's pretending to be the prince, and he's like showing off the magic and stuff like that. Our group is causing a riot on the front row seats. Alva literally gets up and tackles him. She's in her chaos arc right now. And then, unfortunately, he lets go of the stone and we couldn't catch it in time, so it does shatter. And magic is exposed, but Alva went ham. I was beating the shit out of the main villain for a little bit there before I got pried off of him. It was so great. I had so much fun with it. Alva's literally in her chaos arc right now. She is ready to kill the Man Who Watches right now. And she is the character that I think has the most in common with the Man Who Watches because they both dislike magic. Alva just grew to, like, understand that other people she learns to respect magic even though she doesn't like it all that much. And isn't a big fan of it because she never uses it. She's a monk, you know, she doesn't need to. But she's learned to appreciate and respect magic, especially with, like, some of the other magic users, like Trevor, who's a wizard and everything, and, like, a bunch of the other characters, like Oscar, who was a previous character before Connor switched to Trevor, the wizard, and stuff like that. He was a druid. And, Yeah, and then Alva immediately, like, rejected him the first time. But, yeah, they, like, the man who watches probably had, like, the best chance to maybe convince Alva out of all of them, and she flat out was like, fuck you. No. She said it without cursing. She's not a big cursor, but... yeah, no. I love how all of our characters have grown to respect each other a little bit. Alva knows that the fourth wall is a thing, which is really funny, because Lee knows the fourth wall. Our warlock has broken the fourth wall many times, and managed to make Alva somehow was able to get Alva to see it. So now she's in a crisis.
You what?
Exactly. So, it's great. Now we all know. Like, Alva's personally met the DM. And it's fantastic. This campaign is wild. I would love to be a storyteller. And Felix does a really good job. Felix and Connor, obviously, but I'm talking about Alva's story, so it's the Man Who Watches story right now. Felix does a great job at making characters that we all just, like, grow attached to. And, like, each one of our own characters, our own players, like, understand and relate to, like, a bunch of these characters. I have so much fun, with these characters, with these NPCs. I think they've done a great job at reeling me in, and Connor does a pretty good job at that too. There's a reoccurring character that's popped up, and his name is Omar. I get so excited whenever he pops up into the story. He's a reoccurring NPC, and we found out he has a husband and a kid, and we're just like, we gotta save him! It's so good! It's great! So... what was his husband's name again? Wilhelm, I think? Because we kept making fun of, like, the Wilhelm scream or something, and apparently he had this, like, hereditary curse that he had terrible short-term memory, right? And so he's, like, in the middle of our fight right now. He's in the middle of our fight as we're trying to rescue him, and it's like his turn is forgetting what he did the previous turn. Poor guy. But then one of our characters rolled a nat 20 and broke the curse on, I think it was Felix's character, Q, Qualon. It's great. But if you think about it, monks use magic. They have magical meditative abilities. Alva begs to differ because she went the path of the way of the open hand, which is literally punch hard. Punch hard and move fast. So, she has no magic. Her monastery did not have, like, any magic. Except for apparently, like, what are those, like, arch dragons or something like that? Those dragons that can, like, turn into humans a little bit. Turns out one of those was residing in there, but, like, we don't have to talk about that. Alva's oblivious sometimes. Well, no, she knew of him, because then when another character was revealed to be the same thing, she was terrified. She was like, oh, I know not to mess with that. So, ancient dragon, thank you. It was a nat 20 remove curse. It was, like, that... like, what are you supposed to do when you remove a curse like that? Oh my gosh. That's like when Alva rolled a nat 20 in your campaign to get all of the information about what was happening at the king's announcement, the king's procession. Which we still failed, unfortunately, because magic did get revealed, but you know, I'm kind of glad that I warned Alva's boyfriend, Roland, and Kadra to, like, be safe and careful, because, like, Kadra, like, Roland could probably pass off because he's, like, a half-elf, and so it's, like, he could justify the pointy ears or something. Kadra's half-orc. There's no way she can, like, hide that. She's in trouble. I'm so scared for them. Oh my gosh. So it's like I'm so I love our D&D campaigns. Oh, and and then in my D&D campaign with Nick. Oh my god, Nick has a character who is very prideful and everything, but I think I gotta go see y'all. Thank you for staying as long as you did, David. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you in the next stream that you pop in on next. I can't fucking draw this for some reason. I'm gonna start again. Anyways, so in Nick's campaign, so basically, I'm a changeling, and my changeling character is currently, like, posing as a marquis. And basically, there's, like, we got ambushed at the beginning of the campaign, right? We got ambushed because they were targeting the Marquis and Marchioness. And so we were trying to get back to, our town so that way we can describe what's going on and stuff like that. But now there's suspicion that I'm not the Marquis. And originally we were gonna try and be quiet about it so we could, like, secretly make our way to, where we needed to go. But then, Nick's character, who again is very, very prideful, very, wants their family name to be in good graces, immediately marches up to the guard. We're trying to keep the Marquis' identity a secret, so I'm trying to, like, keep my hood down and everything, because I can't just shapeshift. No one knows that I am not indeed the Marquis, not even my own party members right now. So I've been impersonating the Marquis since we started this campaign. And so I have my hood down. I'm trying to be subtle about it. We're trying to be, like, we could just, like, state our business and go away. And then here comes Nick's character, proudly walking up and is like, "We have the Marquis!" And everyone was like, "What?" It was so in character, but it caught me so off guard. It was great. It was fantastic. We had a blast improvising it. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then, being the Marquis, I have to pose as being, like, a sweet older man who's, like, who's, like, going into retirement and stuff like that. So he's been very sweet and trying to be understanding towards Nick's character for the duration of this. But at one point, she just kept interrupting when I was trying to have a conversation with the guards and everything, trying to convince them, like, hey, we need to keep this quiet and stuff like that. And then I shouted at her. Out of character, shouted at her. And it caught everyone so off guard. It was fantastic. I loved it. It was glorious. Why can't I zoom in to this? Hold on. It won't let me zoom in. Oh, now it'll let me zoom in. What the fuck? I'm trying to zoom in to take a look at the awning, like right next to it, but I have no idea what you're talking. I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course. But it was very funny. I had a blast. 10 out of 10. Very, you knew your character well. And that is glorious. So I can't wait to see what happens with my character, because if my character is exposed as a changeling, we might have some trouble. We might have a lot of trouble. So, uh-oh. We're gonna try our best. We're gonna try our best. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Our best. Anyways, your girl's going off on tangents again, but man, that was fun. I'm just a little draft nurse character. Well, congratulations! Oh, I love it. It was great. I just remember that silence as we were processing that your character flat out. We came up with this whole entire plan to be like, okay, so we can hide the marquee this way. We can just state our business. The marquee can still be hidden and stuff like that. We have a whole game plan. Let's do it. And then when it immediately gets thwarted because of that, and we all have to process what the hell was just said, and realization hit. We were like, oh no. Oh, it was great. It was so in character and it was so good. And it caused problems, but that's okay. Because that's the whole point of playing D&D, is to go through problems. So, I was laughing my ass off, to be honest. I asked if anyone would let her go ahead. Everyone said sure. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna do a funny. I'm gonna do a funny. That's great. I can't wait to see what happens next. Oh my god. Excuse me, that was glorious. Okay, what is happening? I'm trying to take a look at the wood here, and it's like very interesting. So anyways, yet again, I've gone on a D&D tangent, but it's funny. D&D is fun, especially when it's like everyone's kind of involved in the roleplay and being your character and stuff like that. It makes it like 100 times more fun. How are you about swears in chat? You can swear in chat. Yeah, I've had people swear in chat before. That's totally fine. Because I specialize in RPing little shits. The chaos. The chaos. Please. I love it. That's glorious. Oops. Alright. You know what the worst part is that this is gonna be hidden by Wanderer's hat. I'm like 99% sure. So it's like, I'm doing all these little touch-ups in the sketch for like nothing. But I can't help it. I need to practice backgrounds too. So this is perfect. This is the perfect opportunity to do this now. I mean, I could be a heathen and trace it off screen, but it's like, no. Like, tracing for practice is one thing. Tracing for, like, a piece that I want to actually try and finish is something else entirely. So. But God knows I definitely need the practice, just not with this. So I'm trying. Okay. I think we can ignore the little... I think we can ignore that little awning there. I don't think that's gonna be needed for this. This is definitely gonna be hidden by Chi-Chi. So, let me zoom out. That is... What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can I make this so small? I went to zoom out. Guys, I went to zoom out and it let me zoom out this much. hate this. This stream is so chaotic today. Also, welcome back, Ignis. Hello. This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Oh my god, I can hear his voice. Quack splash, please. This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Zoom out 1%. Oh my gosh, how do you make it that small? How do you make the font that small? It's so tiny. Okay, so I got the forefront stuff, I think. The gemstones, the rock. I'll do the details later. Like, more of the details. But, like, the big question now is... God, everything in the background. Of the background. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. And so this is over here. Tiny text generator. Oh my gosh. I couldn't even read that. I thought that said tray or something like that. I was like, what? No, tiny. Tiny text generator. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. This is gonna be a little interesting. Especially with that awning off to the side. Also, I had to up the saturation a little bit on this. So, like, this is what I'm looking at right now, just as a heads up. So if you're, like, looking at my teeny little reference being like, where the fuck is she seeing all of this? I am seeing it here. So, this is what I'm seeing, technically. Just as a heads up. So if you're looking at the tiny little reference I'm looking at, I'm not looking at that. That's for you. So, I have to go. Have a great rest of stream, and thank you for the book recommendations. Of course, of course. Next time I can show you, I can give you the true crime stuff. But enjoy the rest of your weekend. Oh, I got a color change. Hey! Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you in the next stream that you pop in on next. So, let me get my music and stuff back up in order. There we go. Also, thank you, Nick, for the redeem. I appreciate it. For the color change redeem. And also, I promise I'm working on the other color request. I promise. So, it's just taking time, is all. Especially because I've kind of been in a funk all weekend. So, but I mentioned that earlier in the stream. So, we don't need to talk about that again. Where is that in relation to that? Okay. It's so weird because it's like half angled, half like with the rock, but then half not. I need to stop being in a funk. I've been in one for about 3 weeks. I've been in one for like since the new year started, I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm just overwhelming myself with like everything that's happening health-wise. My brain just always wants to go to the worst case scenario for me and my troubles, that it's really difficult for me to think of stuff that I do in a positive light. And that could be like from growing up and stuff like that. Usually if my parents are pretty supportive, but in other situations, sometimes it felt like my interests weren't being thought about, I guess. Like they would support my interests, but then it's like if I showed any minute of hesitation or something like that, then I don't know. So maybe it's something along those lines. But it's really difficult for me to look at myself in a positive light anymore, and that includes the scenarios I find myself in. And it's more than just parent stuff. I've kind of worked through that already, but... and I have a pretty good relationship with my parents, so... yeah, it's not that. It's just other stuff. But, yeah, it's really hard for me to look at my situations in a positive light, despite me trying to, support others as much as I can in terms of their stuff. So, like, if a friend were to come to me and be like, I'm struggling, I am there for them in a heartbeat. However, if I'm in a funk, then I just stay quiet about it. So, because it's like, gosh, why would I bother somebody with my problems, you know? So, that's just a me thing, though. I'm working on it. But it's difficult sometimes. So, now that I'm having these, like, health things, or... you know, another problem, I think, for me is, like... yeah, I'm concerned about my stuff going on 100%, and I'm taking care of myself and all that jazz, but at the same time, like, I feel like I'm putting it out of proportion because there's other people out there who are in worse situations or worse health issues than me, and so I feel I talk myself into thinking I'm being over dramatic, and so I'm just kind of like, well, I guess I don't have to worry about it all that much, because it's not gonna be nearly as bad as somebody else's problems. You know, it's weird. I don't know why my brain does that. It needs to stop. Because I know I matter too. So, I just don't know why my brain doesn't want to realize that. Let's see. What else have we got? I'm gonna erase that real quick. The funk is real. The funk is real. Hashtag relatable. It's awful. Mine does it too. It takes a lot to unlearn it. It really does. I did almost a decade in therapy in total, and I still struggle. That's good for you. Good for you for staying in therapy for as long as you have. Unfortunately, I haven't gone back in a while because I tried. I'll admit, I tried because my current therapist is no longer within my healthcare coverage anymore, so I have to find somebody else. And I've been trying to find people, but it's been rocky trying to find somebody new. Because I really liked my last person, but the problem was that we could have done it through video call, but the problem was that my new insurance they can't take my new insurance because basically, long story short, if they said yes, then the insurance company would screw them over with less money somehow. So they had to reject the offer that my healthcare coverage was offering, so that way they could save more money and actually make it to support the building that they work in and stuff. So, yeah, kind of shady. But, and then every time I try to find somebody within my coverage, it's either they can't make the days or times that I'm looking forward to. I am shocked at, excuse me, I'm rubbing my eye here. I am shocked at the number of therapists who end their work week at 5. Like, I can't do that once a week on the regular. I can't, like, leave work an hour early to get to a therapy session, like, once a week or even once a month. That adds up in terms of sick time or vacation time or PTO or something like that. I can't do that. And yet a lot of the therapists, especially within my coverage, they only go Monday through Friday from like 8 to 5. And it's like, I understand that a work-life balance is indeed a thing, but then I also, like, if you're being a therapist, you also have to understand that the majority of people, at least here in America, have that schedule, and so we need a little bit of something different so that way we can actually make something consistent, you know, and keep it consistently. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, especially with like therapists that have been under my health insurance coverage. And so it's been really hard trying to find somebody again. I miss my therapist. She knew what she was doing. She started like in the middle of the day. So then that way she could still be open for kids that were still in school. And then she would start a little later in the day, and then she'd go until like 8 p.m. So then I could drive to her office after my work at 5 and have like a 5:30 to 6:30 session, you know? It's like, you can't do that anymore. So, at least with the people under my insurance coverage. That sucks. So, which, I know I desperately need some therapy. Because my therapist and I talked about stuff that was a lot. And unfortunately, it's been kind of like in suspense for like over a year now because I haven't been able to find somebody. So it's just hanging there. And I think that's the problem. I think that's why I'm kind of in a funk, is because I think about it, because it's just so much on the forefront. It's like, if I go to a new therapist, it's immediately going to be like, so, I have this problem. Like, oh, go boy. So, it sucks. Yeah, no, it's all good. Thank you, though. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, and that you were able to find someone and stay with them consistently. That's great to hear. I also ended up driving over half an hour, almost 45 minutes to an hour, after she moved office. Sometimes I don't mind the drive. I actually really liked driving. I know I complain about it because there are some awful, awful ass drivers where I live now. But when I was still living where I did originally, especially in my workplace, because I was like 45 minutes to an hour from home at my previous workplace, but it was okay because then her office was really, really close to mine. So it was like perfect. And then when I moved, for work where I am now, we still did stuff digitally. And at that point, she wasn't in line with my insurance company yet, but she was in talks, like trying to see if they could. And then when they gave her that abysmal offer, she had to reject it or else she would lose money. And even though being a therapist means that you're helping other people, it also means that you have to get paid too. So, like, if insurance sucks, insurance companies are actually terrible. So she had to reject it, and so now I need to try and find somebody. She did have recommendations, but unfortunately they were like a little closer to her than they were to me, and I think some of the stuff that I need to talk about, I need to be in person for. Like, it was, like, we tried to do some methods via voice chat, like Skype and stuff like that. We did it through Zoom, but it was a little difficult trying to truly grasp what the plans and what her ideas were. And so I feel like I need to be in person for it. And unfortunately, I just haven't been able to find somebody. So we'll find somebody eventually, but the well is starting to dry up. So I might need to start looking a little further away than where I'm currently at right now, so I can maybe find somebody. But I'm gonna be optimistic. It's a little hard to sometimes, but we'll get there. I know we will. That was heavy. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Would you guys like to just listen to some music for a little bit? I'll turn up the music a little bit. Let's do that. I need to take a stop talking breather. I'm talking way too much. So let me turn up the music a little bit. We're gonna have like a couple minutes of no talking while I figure this out. So, all right. Okay.
Brush my hair, read my lines. It's time to go. Put on my suit, put the makeup on, put on the show. To the heavy side.
Why does that look so strange?
Take my lunch, lose my lunch. It's a shaky start. I'm old dude, now he's old dude. I lost the fight. Down, down, down to the center of the earth. Down, 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 going straight down.
It's like I can see the perspective on on my little camera, but or like my little picture, but like it's really hard to replicate it. I suck at backgrounds. Oh, I really like this song. You better bounce, 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 baby. You know, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. In sketch form, it doesn't look too bad. I can't wait to try and line art this. Maybe there's a way I can try and keep it sketchy. We'll see. You know, I'm curious. Moment of truth. We're not done yet, but I'm curious. Moment of truth. How much of it is blocked by everybody? This is gonna be fun. All this blank space. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hi, Nick. Okay. Alright. I think I might do the sketch and then probably skedaddle. Because I still need to eat dinner. So we'll see. We'll see how well we do. See, I thought I was doing really well, but then it's like as soon as you put Wanderer and Chi-Chi over here, it's like they get rid of a lot of the lines, so it's really hard to gauge that there's stuff. It's really hard to envision that stuff's behind them. I think that's the problem. This reminds me of the Death Parade opening for some reason. It kinda does! It kinda came out around the same time, I think. Excuse me. Oh, that hurt. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose after that one. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Alright. Let's see. This song always makes me tear up. It's from Demo. Also, thank you. I think I burnt myself out from talking. I suddenly don't want to talk anymore. Oh dear. But I think we're almost done with the sketch anyway, So I think your girl just needs to get food in her system. I got some. I'm not terribly hungry, but I do got some like chicken filled wontons, so I think I might get those for dinner. That's a funky looking bridge, I'll give it that much. I wonder if it looks wonky because you can't really see the ground. You can kind of see the ground in... Well, it's hard for you to see, but hold on. It's like... I'm taking a look at this. It's like you can see the ground in the distance because the bridge, like, it can't go all the way down here. Like, the bridge stops here and the bridge stops there. So the ground is there, but it's, like, really difficult. It's really difficult to, like, draw. I suck at drawing backgrounds, so this definitely is, like, a new challenge for me, but we're getting there. Also the music. It's not as bad as I thought. I'll keep it. Okay. Also, I think if we get the proper lighting and stuff like that, like the proper lights and stuff, then I think it's gonna help ever so. Like the glow from the crystals and some from some of the light fixtures in the background. Yeah, I think this is definitely gonna help it quite a bit. I might have to do some of the line art on my own time for this, because I am gonna make an utter fool of myself if I try to do line art for this on live, on stream. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit more. Just a teeny bit. That's fine.
I'm looking. I'm looking. Collect those children. I'm looking.
I think that's looking pretty good so far.
I'm looking. Goodbye, Boo.
I'll just have to really focus on the lighting.
What was that?
I have no idea, but it would be really great if it didn't do it again.
Collect those children. I'm looking. Collect those children. Collect those children. I'm looking. 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 Collect those children.
Whew, I'm gonna come back to this and be like, what the fuck did I just draw? Where's any perspective in this? Oh my god. I'm gonna look back at this and be like, what in the world? But it's fine, we're fine. I need something to fill this empty space right here. Because it's just rock. I'll just have to make like... I know! This is gonna sound strange to say, but I'm like 99% sure I got like a rock texture pen in here somewhere. That can give me that rough texture that I need for the rocks. Don't ask why, I just have a feeling I have it. Okay, as for the sketch though, I think we're good. I'll do the line art probably on my own time later. Not all of it, but maybe a little bit, just so that way I can kind of gain a perspective a little better. And at least soften the line art for Child, Wanderer, Chi-Chi, Tainari here. But yeah, this is what I've got so far. And I'm gonna add a glowing effect and obviously to the crystal here, but I'm really happy with how this turned out. It was a lot of talking in between, so this was like more than just a drawing stream, but this is great. We made some good progress today. Yeah, this is definitely gonna need like a rock texture or something for sure. But like behind Child and Tainari, oh my god, that looks fantastic. And I think once I start putting the colors in, it's gonna look a little better. Once I start putting in the colors and the depths, because you can kind of see, oh, I accidentally clicked out of it, hold on. When you take a look at the chasm, like the reference photo that I used, where'd it go? Yeah, if you look at the reference photo that I used, you can see, like, the light sources here and there for that dim lighting, as well as the fact that it actually starts getting brighter the higher up you go, because... well, it's the chasm. Like, the deeper you go, the darker it's gonna get. So the fact that you can see some light here for added depth of field, where it's like, it's darker the closer it is to the characters or to the viewpoint that I have, is really gonna help out in some situations in terms of figuring out what the fuck is happening in the background. So, we'll get there. But yeah. Basically everyone's drawn. And now I just need to draw the background. Why? I know why you said why now, I'm sorry. It took me a second. But it looks great. Thank you, Unkinked. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think that's it for me today. So, but we made some good progress. So let me save once more. And then let's go back to our screen here. I can blink again. But thank you guys so much for sticking around with me despite the mess that was OBS dying on me right in the middle of it. Fantastic. But yeah, we're making some progress. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And I appreciate you guys sticking around. I'm sorry that I went into a heavy topic there. That was unintended, but sometimes when I'm in a funk, sometimes I just ramble and I don't mean to. So, trying to see who we can stream into. Let's see. Who can we raid into? Don't go yet, chat. We gotta figure out who we're raiding into. Oh, you know what? Do you guys want to go into a Marvel Rivals stream? One of my model siblings, Bluebird Hay, more like a model rig sibling, is having his birthday stream. So yeah, let's go say happy birthday to Bluebird Hay. Let's go say happy birthday. So if okay, hold on. No, why does it want to do this? Yeah, let's go raid. Why doesn't it want to work? Oh. Raid. And of course my music wants to cut out. But yeah, so we're gonna raid Bluebird Hay for his birthday stream, and we're gonna chill out. And my music has disappeared because of course it has. So we're just gonna replay that. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Again, I'm sorry for getting into a heavy topic there towards the end, but I appreciate you guys sticking around, and sorry for all the trouble earlier with OBS, but I hope that you all have just a wonderful, fantastic weekend. Rest of your weekend, get some good food, enjoy the company of others, or enjoy by yourself, whatever is more comfortable for you. And I will hope to get a schedule out Monday for next time. I have no idea what we're gonna do, but you all have a wonderful one. Of course, I don't have a raid message. Thank you for the reminder. But thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. I love and appreciate every one of you, and it made all the ranting and talking made me feel a little better, because I was very frazzled at the start of stream today with my own mind trying to sabotage me for some unknown reason. But thank you all again. You all have a wonderful one. I love and appreciate all of you, and I will hope to see you next stream that you pop in on next. So, bye!